Welcome back, everybody. We are doing some important replacements, repairs, that kind of thing today. We had some adventures yesterday that sort of left everything damaged beyond belief, to be honest with you. Like, it shouldn't have been as damaged as it was, and yet it was. So we're gonna have to do some skillful repairs and some kind of tweaking here and there to kind of get things back on track, which we are hoping to do. Now, that being said, I've been kind of left to do this part because everybody's a little bit busy. So Bit's doing Boys Day, Kat is wrangling children and doing her usual stuff. And then there's good old me that's, you know, the other corner of the equation. And I have plenty of time to do it since I have a stomach bug today. And trust me, my stomach is far from being happy. So we'll see how this goes. Now then, we've got everything seems to be up and running, everything seems to be working, so that's a good sign for me to get started. There is some very weird games on the go tonight. Okay. We'll see how this progresses, because I, for whatever reason, am very sleepy today. So I'm just grabbing some extra wood. I was hoping to kind of get up to up to the new level today. However, up to 30 today, but have not quite managed it yet. Now, I have got Kat's replacement gear. She does need a new pickaxe, which I need to kind of work on. I was trying to get her the Pilgrim's protection for her hands level 2, or at least get me a pair. But so far we have had zero luck making her one or me one, so that's part and parcel of this kind of moving forward, I think. Okay, so let's just nip up here. Snip in here. She has locked her basket, so it's just a case of dropping things off in her box. So I'm just actively using her basket right now. Now, the thing with the Pilgrim's level 2 for the gloves and stuff is it's very much a very hard level for all of us to kind of make. So, I'm probably going to need to make a new helmet as well. So I've got the level 1 heavy armor hands, and then everything else is level 2. So I've been trying to get my hands up to level 2, but, so I'll show you here in a second, it is very difficult. I have been trying this all day, and I keep losing to this, but yeah, it's a very, very hard one, and I'm nowhere close in getting any little closer to it. And unfortunately, I think it's just a case of keep trying, try again, essentially, until I run out of certain materials, and then I'll have to go and top up the material bin. Hopefully that will not be, excuse me, too difficult. I do need to sort out the helmet first, though. Yeah, it's the 10 iron sheets, 2 buckles, studs, and the bands. Okay. So let's get some iron sheets going. Luckily, this is all trivial, so I don't need to worry about having it not go through yet. which is nice. You know, it's nice. And even having the iron wire go through without too much hassle is kind of good. Okay, alright, let's just grab this other stuff from here. And then... So, helmets are not a whole lot of fun to do. Because they either go through fine or they don't, so... Woo! New helmet. Perfect. Means I can equip this, and I can drop the old one. Right, now we need wire. I have extra warp iron and iron on right now as well, because she's doing her own sort of blacksmithing leveling at the moment too, and she's going to be doing sort of warp iron items for her jewelry as well. So it's going to probably be imperative that we have more iron taken into the base on a regular basis, so I will have to go do that today, and then obviously pick up the impure iron too, as we're very low on that. And during the course of events, I should also be able to hopefully be able to grab other items along the way that can help with some of the other pieces that we're working on. Right, let's see, will it go through this time? Probably not. Nope. Didn't go through it all. Not once. It's the downside of doing something hard. It's, you just kind of, you're repeating it and repeating it and repeating it, and you just gotta hope that, you know, with all the leveling that you're doing, that it's gonna pop up and go through, so, but that's not always a guarantee. So let's just get this charcoal on. We'll also need to see what we require for the pickaxe, because she'll need a iron pickaxe here in a second. Or, well, if she makes it on today, then iron pickaxes is kind of going to be a thing. So iron spike, which we have, axe handle, and 2 iron bars. And I wonder if I actually have the pieces for that in here. Alright, we have 1 iron bar. We have the axe handle, and we have the iron spike. So, not quite. So what we'll do is switch to 4, and we're going to go up the hill, and we're going to try and get some impure iron, and then I'm going to make a trip over to Shire to see whether or not well, I'll then need to check the box at the Petra and see if there's any quote-unquote money there for us that we need, and take it from there, I think. Okay, that's copper. Let's keep running. I will have to eventually start putting on the bronze. Because some of our stuff requires bronze still. This is impure iron here. That guy's slowly built his way up the side of the hill now. So this guy started off with 2 or 3 platforms at the bottom of the hill. It wasn't very much, and as you can see, he's built up to the top of the trees now on stilts. He also has stairs you can run up, and that takes you all the way up the hill, which is quite impressive. That's the route that Ian takes whenever he has to run up the hill. Rather than run up the road, he runs up the guy's steps. I will let you determine if that's smart or rude for yourselves. Skinning 23. So we'll have a little adventure today, but we're also going to have a little bit of, as I said, repair and so building work being done. And the reason for that is purely because we tried to do a very large wolf den, and it did not go to plan. We met a Luna right at the door, and that should have kind of prepared us for what we were going into, but unfortunately it didn't. We thought, hey, you know, just once we get the Luna out of the way, the rest of it will be easy to raid, and then we discovered once we got by her that, you know, there was armed guards and all sorts in there too, so it was like, okay, yeah, not as simple as that we thought. Alright, just take these as we make our way along. Just keep an eye out for boars, because they sometimes hide in the rocks up here. Yep, see? There's one little guy. Okay, now is this... yeah, impure iron. Now I just gotta wait and sure that the archer doesn't see me. I'll grab these to help with the sand production so that we're getting the most out of. Looks like these are both archers. Luckily nobody else is on with me, so no gold split. Grabbing up some possible extra gold just really helps. So that when midnight strikes, I can turn the rest of this gold into the 100 grace that I need. Okay. 3. I think that's 10, yeah. There we go. Some extra gold. 400. Got it. Okay, you go back. That's fine. It's always good to increase your levels, bows, and stuff like that if you can. And there we go. We got that camp cleared out. Now let's go back and put this on. Okay, let's get this meat in here. There we go, and that goes in there. Okay. Now then, let's grab the charcoal. And let's get that on. We're going to use the furnace at the far end to get the glass on first. Then I'll worry about getting the iron on. Let's go break down that stone into sand. There it goes, 56, so that gives us another 10. I mean, well, another round of glass at least. Okay, now we want to take all these. Now we'll put this on. I want to get the small vials made. this upstairs. Let's get this wood to cut down. Okay. Oh, Blade Killer, welcome back. It's awesome to see you. Hey, Lizard, welcome back too. I'm starting to see some familiar faces in here. That's good. How are you guys doing today? I gotta get all these kilns on. And I gotta get all this iron and stuff on. Yeah. Well, I stream Sundays to Fridays, 5 p.m. till 10 p.m. UK time. So that's like a constant. So, if you're ever around those times, or you're ever needing any entertainment, then you know where I am. Oh, thank you. Thank you for following me. That's so nice of you. I feel like I'm trying to hit the absolute impossible, which is hitting 2,000 followers. But, you know, with people like you behind me, I kind of feel like it's a little bit more possible every day. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm doing okay. I have a doctor's appointment Wednesday. I have a doctor's appointment Thursday. So yeah, this is just how it goes, but you know. Yeah, exactly. That one girl can hope that she's got it, you know. It's funny because I've been told so many times by so many different people, hey, you can't make it. It's impossible. You're a girl. You can't be a streamer. You can't make this. So, because I don't dress like other female streamers, a lot of other female streamers, you know, I was like, I have been starting to think maybe they're right, because, you know, I got up to affiliate, and then I kind of been struggling ever since. So yeah, the doubt has been kind of creeping in lately, I must admit. But, yeah, affiliate is what you get on Twitch when you have X amount of viewers, or people subscribe, you know, they let you get subscriptions after a certain time, and after you do certain things, and then it's just a case of you keep plugging at it. You just have to keep plugging away at it, really. There's no other way. Yeah, and I mean, my friend, she comes in here and she says, you know, hell no, I'm not gonna let, you know, doubters stop you or take you down, and she's been kind of a huge supporter, and I feel so lucky, but it is harder nowadays. People have less money, you know, they don't necessarily want to subscribe, whether it's on TikTok, whether it's on on Twitch. You know, they don't really have the money to subscribe anymore. So it's tougher. It's tougher out there to find ways to get your stream to survive and whatnot. So, um, but I keep plugging at it and hoping for the best. And you know, a lot of the ones that kind of just did it for something during COVID, they're kind of dropping off now. You think really COVID was a long time ago, but no, like seriously, they're only just starting to drop off, and the ones that really believe are still holding on. So I hope so too. I hope you're right. You know, I hope you're right. Um, and lots of people. I mean, the great thing is like if you're a fan for a long time, or if you're a subscriber for one of the upper echelons of the stream, then you get the opportunity to kind of join the group and stream, be part of the stream and be part of the process and part of the fun. And we kind of just started offering that recently. We were like, okay, well, let's make this a little bit more interesting, a little bit more fun for people. What can we do? And so yeah, we decided, or at least I decided in my ultimate wisdom that this was something that we could do, especially when it's like group co-op games like this, that we would make it so that people could come in and partake and take part in something bigger and more fun and whatnot. So hopefully, that's gonna help people who maybe want to feel like they're getting their money's worth invest. But it's not something that I'm looking for actively or pushing for actively. It's just something that we've started to do, and I'm starting to talk about. I hope so, yeah, I do. I hope it helps. And I think that's the thing. People are watching streamers more than they're starting to watch TV. We've all been noticing streaming numbers are up. So people are not necessarily tuning in all the time to TV. They're actually, a lot of the gamers now, a lot of them don't watch TV. So when I say, oh, I'm watching this TV show when I get off stream at night, they're like, what? What's that? So, from that kind of side of things, we are seeing, that there's a sort of change in attitudes. Younger people, they don't want to watch TV. They don't want to hear the news. They want upbeat. They want fun. There's a perfect example. You've not watched it in 10 years. So yeah, it's for me, it's kind of like that. Like I'm looking for ways to make the younger ones who are watching streaming instead of TV be like, oh my gosh, like what's the next episode going to be in her journey? Like what's she going to do next? What's she going to do next? And even though I'm doing the household chores today, technically, because, me being a leather worker and the, blacksmith and whatnot, that's kind of my job. But not only that, I'm trying to give you an honest perspective on the game too. So it's not all, let's go off and do wolf dens, or let's go off and scale buildings and take down NPCs. No, it's about, the other aspects of it. How do I make money in this game? Like, what can I sell that's going to make money? What's the sort of responsibility aspects to the game? And for people that are young and single and maybe don't have the responsibilities of kids and whatnot, this can be an effective stress relief, because then you're getting like, oh man, I'm on my home from work, but I need a gaming itch, like, or God damn, I gotta go to work and I'm really not looking forward to it and it's gonna be stressful. This activates the gaming itch. It takes that itch out and it gives you something to look forward to throughout your gaming, throughout your day and stuff like that. It gives you something to look forward to. And I think, to me, that's a little bit more important. I feel like that helps people a bit more. So, damn, that does take off my helmet. Yeah, nope. Wait. What helmet am I wearing now? Well, that's the Pilgrim's too, so what the heck have I got on my head? Pilgrim's helmet too. How have I got 2 helmets now? Wait, what? Okay, well, I don't know. So I'm gonna go put this upstairs. Well, that's... I have no idea how I've ended up with 2 helmets. Okay, that's a bug. Everybody saw that, right? That's not just me. That actually happened. I put on a crown, I took off a crown, and I ended up with a second helmet. Everybody seen that? Not just me. Okay then. Yeah, so I try to make it more honest, scratch that game itch, kind of make people think, well, how can I make chores faster? Yeah, because isn't how much I struggled to make that helmet this afternoon before coming on stream? Hell yeah, it's gotta be a glitch. I got it, well, I actually got it the first 2 times, but yeah, I've had to replace people's gear from the wolf hunt expedition yesterday. But no, I hope that this helps, because there's nothing worse than being stuck on a bus, stuck on the train, and it is boring. Like, you can read a book, some people watch YouTube, some people do crossword puzzles and whatnot, but there's a lot of gamers that maybe can't afford a Nintendo Switch or whatever, so this is a good sort of way of getting them to relax and chill out a little bit. And I have friends who are homesteaders, and when they get done with their day, you know, they come on and they do their thing and they play, you know, the game or whatever at night, and that helps them quite a bit. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, you know, that's cool. Like, whatever helps, you know, that's the main thing. I want to cheer people's day up. I actually had a young guy who couldn't game, but he was trapped in hospital. He was in the UK hospital, and he was stuck there, and it is the most boring ass place to be. So I hope if he's still there, he's feeling a lot better now. But he used to come on, and he would watch my streams, because it was, as he put it, being in hospital was like watching paint dry, very freaking slow. And my streams made it just that bit easier to get through the day. And I was like, hell yeah. Because then, you know, he didn't have a computer he could play on. Somebody brought him in a very, very rough laptop, which, as he put it, could barely run Twitch. I thought, oh man, that's gotta be a bad computer. You know, so he couldn't game, but he could Google things while watching me, or he could, you know, we found ways to kind of help him sort of take part, and it helped him not feel quite so lonely. And the worst times to be in hospital is when everybody else is getting visitors, and you know you ain't getting no visitors that day, and you're sitting there and you're like, damn. You know, so I helped when visiting was on. He would log on and he would watch, and it would take his mind off the fact that everybody else had visitors and he didn't. So, you know, that's the side that I like to focus on is that, you know, I don't really care for the money. You know. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, like, we took his mind off of it. We took his mind off of some of the awful stuff he had to go through. You know, I think he was in for 9 months, and I think he was only going to get home for like 2, and then he'd be back in again. And I thought, God, like, I used to have bad trips, but that was something else. Yeah, Michael, we were actually discussing this last night. Oh, don't worry about it, Blade Killer. 2 a.m. in Australia, totally get it. Michael, yeah, they did some changes to the leveling system fairly recently. So once you get by your first month in PAX, then you will lose your bonuses, right? However, if you want to get round that, if you want to get round the fact that your buffs are gone, right? Then one of the ways you can do that is you can subscribe at $2.99 a month, and you can get those buffs back, and it will continue to help you. However, you do not need that. You can just do the old grindy stuff. Yeah, I'm still playing. I have the Founder Edition. Ah, so you got the Founders Edition before they stopped the Founders packs. That's frigging awesome. I like that. But no, yeah, essentially when you go over a certain period of time and you're not subscribed or you're not, one of the early members, then yeah, they have started doing that. And the reason is they're trying to slow people down so they don't burn out on the game. I also need a horse and buggy. I'm so there with you on that right here, right now. I'm so with you there. The quantity of time that my husband is not a patient man. He's not patient in the least. He is very not patient when he's playing video games. And he'll tell me, we need a buggy, we need a car, we need something. And he can't stand it. It drives him insane that he has to walk everywhere. He's like, it takes too long. And I'm like, you haven't even gotten all the gates yet. And he's like, yeah, because it takes too friggin' long. And I'm like, oh my lord, man, you need to go and do that. It wouldn't take half as long as if you had to find it in the gates. You just use your grace. No, because then I have to pay for my slot. And I was like, oh, for God's sakes. If you have a partner like that, put your hand up. I do. Uh-huh. And many times I'm having to tell him, dude, chill. It's alright, we got it. You know? Yeah. Yeah. When the game came out, it wiped for some people, and that kind of hit their numbers hard. But they did that because there was a vast minority of people that were had bought plots or had been a part of the trials and stuff prior to its release, and they were not using their plots or doing anything with it. So that's why they did that. But you'll get there again, Michael. I mean, the journey is the fun of doing it, right? It's the fun of hanging out with your friends and playing with your friends. So don't worry, you'll get yourself back there, and if you and your friends work as a team, it will take you no time at all. Me and my girlfriend is like that. Exactly. You know the struggles, dude. You know the struggles. Oh, well, if you're ever looking for folk that want to play Pax Dei, I have a clan over here that are all crazy about it. Well, to some extent. But, no, we're always looking for, people that, if you're subscribing and you're in the Discord and stuff, then, we've opened the doors now, and as long as you behave and play by the rules and you don't troll and you don't harass people, then, you're more than welcome to become a Viking. And a Viking is a very deep honor, a very, very, very deep honor indeed. So something to consider, especially if your friends have abandoned you, Michael. It can be hard. I know for sure. I've been there. I had friends that would do that periodically to me in games, and so I decided to go out and build friends that wouldn't be so scatterbrained and wouldn't dance off into the midnight because they found some new shiny toy and they wanted to go play with a new shiny toy. I like dungeons too. I like dungeons. I like all of that, but I also understand that you gotta put the work in to do the dungeons. You got to have everything in its place before you can run off and do dungeons and whatnot. And there's no fast way to play this game. You just have to grind it out until you can do those kinds of things. So I would be my suggestion to you, honey, is find people that are willing to grind with you. Yeah, I think it will be. I think it will pick up again. Like this game has slowly been picking up since I've been on it. I mean, when I joined, there was hardly anybody in our sector. Like hardly anybody here. And now our sector is growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And it's growing at such a massive rate. To the point where we'll probably have to up stakes from here and move if it gets too populated, because we're gonna need space to be able to keep building, to keep getting bigger, to keep being able to handle the stuff that we want to do, and to be able to do the things that we want to do. My builder will hate me so much if we have to move again, because this will be our if we end up leaving here, it'll be our third move. So yeah. But we just had someone drop their plot right next door to us yesterday, or a few days ago. And they ain't introduced themselves or said anything or whatever. They've been on and stuff, but we just don't see them. And that could be a good thing. Could be a good thing, but we were hoping that if they started playing next to us, that you know, it would be a good chance. You don't have to. No, you don't have to. What you can do is, what they do is they do charge, or they used to charge a small amount for having your base, like a plot fee to keep the servers running. However, there is a way around that. For people that don't want to pay for the server and want to just play for free, there is a way of doing it. So how you do that is you pay for your area with grace. So you would get, you get grace every day for logging on. But what you do is you save up your money and you sell things and you slowly build up. And then when you can, you will pay for your plot with grace. And it's 400 grace a month. But in order to do that, you do have to log in every day. And I would suggest finding an area that you can sell stuff to, say, a bigger group, maybe a group that puts some money into the game, one of those, and from there you can play it, you know, without having to pay the monthly fee. Fine boy. This is Pax Dei. I don't know why I forgot my own game there for a second. Yep, we are playing Pax Dei. Hope that helps you, honey. It's you should check it out. Yeah, that's kind of right. So I've come across this a few times. This particular conversation a few times. You have to find the right people. This is not a game that you can play on your own. It's just not. You need to find people that all can contribute you need to find people that can contribute to the game, right? My friends are lucky that I don't have a life. I stream full time. I'm an author full time. So I have more time than most people. I'm also a student. And so for me, I can go on and I can do the household chores and I can do all that stuff, and it helps a lot, you know, because they wouldn't have half the fun that they would normally have if it wasn't for the fact that I do go on and I do the household chores, you know. So just finding a group that can balance out everything that needs doing, that's the best way to do it, Michael. Hand of God, that way I don't mind paying for support. Exactly, Hand of God. It's exactly, that's the reason why we do it. Blade Killer, yes, this is an MMO. But I kind of feel like a broken record, and I hope you guys don't feel like that too. But this game, you really can't play it on your own. I mean, I know that there's some people that do play it on their own, but their whole lives are sucked up into it. There's no balancing of it. It's everything that you do if you don't have a group of friends to help you. Because like I'm doing today, I'm running around trying to get gold to pay for my plot because I was helping everybody else with their plots, right? So this is part and parcel of what I mean, is that you need to have, like, you need to be able to divvy up the items that need doing on an everyday thing. Like, I come on here usually before stream, and I fill 6 boxes of wood. I fill 6 big ass freaking boxes full of wood, and I sell it. And I sell that so that I make gold for those that are in the clan, and those that are going to need the money, right? They'll need money to turn into grace to pay for their plots, right? So that's why I spend a lot of time. I'll go and I network and I try to befriend people around here to try and make sure that they have everything they need so that we can do that. Exactly, Michael. Yeah. Like, another friend of mine, he runs an EU server, or he has an EU server that he plays on, and all he does is sells, charcoal. He makes thousands of gold. He can make thousands of gold a day. Tens of thousands of gold a day. Just simply selling charcoal. Because one of the biggest commodities in this game that you're going to need for everything, from alchemy to cooking to brewery stuff, water, building. I mean, there's literally charcoal is involved in some shape or form in every kind of facet of this game. Charcoal is perfect. It's the same with. You can get coal, by the way. Coal is the new buff to the smelting. But these are all elements that you kind of have to work with. So I sell a base product of wood. Now, wood can be used for building. It can be used for smelting into, burning it into charcoal. And then the people that I sell my wood to sell the charcoal. And so on and so forth. So you just have to find a niche of things that maybe other people are not selling, and then sell it yourself, and advertise it. Go around the different the different counties and say, hey, I've got X, Y, and Z for sale, if you want it, da-da-da-da. And that's how you do it. Oh, see, I got paid 1,600 gold right there. That's what I mean. I made 1,800 for cutting down friggin' trees. And I bet you she's empty. Oh, she's not emptied all my boxes. Oh, she's behind. Okay, so she's not spent a lot of time over here then. I'll cut her wood tomorrow and stick it in her boxes and then let her know. But I will cut 40 stacks per box, and I get 300 gold a stack. Put a grinder on the game? What do you mean by a grinder on the game, honey? Hey, Witness. Yeah, I'm a full-time streamer. Welcome in. Drop me a link, and that way you'll know for next time, and you'll be able to pop in and watch the stream. We should have one of my moderators popping in here in a minute. I just saw she loaded the game, so she'll probably be watching the stream somewhere in the background, and she'll say hello. But yeah, no, drop me a follow, and next time if you're not streaming yourself, then you can pop in and say hi.
Rally up the swords and shields, fight into the bloodiest fields, for the honor high decree.
Woohoo! Welcome in. Thank you for becoming a new member. Witness Project, awesome. Thank you, Hand of God, for the follow. Loving it. Okay, Toy. Tau. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce that. This is Pax Dei. Welcome in. So you craft 200 swords and you can grind them up and get a little resources back. So what they've done, and you probably don't know this, Michael. So what they've done is they've changed the crafting. So for instance, I used to craft at the highest level to get rid of my carcasses. There ain't nothing worse than having a bunch of carcasses you can't do nothing with, right? And you get carcasses pretty much every time you go out. And the thing that I learned was that I had X amount. And I was like, alright, okay. I got X amount. I'll just go and I'll do this the high tier and I'll waste them and they'll get taken down. But what they did was they fixed it so that you don't lose as many resources when you fail. So that was the addition that they did. And I hope that that helps. Like there is a small thing in there for grinding to help make the grinding not so bad. Hand of God, thank you so much for coming in today. Thank you for the follow, and I really look forward to seeing you in future streams. Have a great day at work. You tore your house down today on Stream Witness? What? Are you mad? Why did you tear your house down? Was it in the wrong place? To be fair, I left my friend's server and I didn't tear mine down. I just left it standing there. Manic moments demanded relocation. I'm with you. I'm with you there. I get you. I get you on that one. No. You don't need to craft 300. No, it's not that bad now. It does feel slower, but you don't have to craft 300 to up a level. It's just they've made it slightly harder to get it to go through the first time, so that you don't have to craft 300. So you're earning money by doing it in a set path or set way of doing things, essentially. And that helps. It helps a lot. Like I doing the blacksmithing for me can sometimes feel tedious because I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna fail like 50 million times. But when I do make it, I get such a big boost of XP now that it's worth it. It's worth the grinding for the resources and whatnot. Why am I not hitting that tree now? Oh my lord, I can't hit the tree. Downside to having a tree that grows up and out of your furnace is that you can't chop it as easily as you should be able to. But no, like it's an easier way of doing it. They have been trying to improve it. There's a whole bunch of new updates coming out that will help even more with this. So yeah. I don't know, sometimes when I build something, I'll be like, yeah, this is a cool vision. Then a week into it, I'm like, this looks awful, and I get irritated, destroy it, move it, and try again. I'm also stocking up my items in my relate bin. Well, that sounds like an impressive project, Witness project, so I love it. I love it. Love hearing that. You should meet my builder sometime. She would be horrified that you think that tearing your place down is a good idea. Took her so long to build ours. I think the idea of just randomly tearing down her base would make her cry, actually. So yeah, but I mean, there's 2 girls in my group. We've got 3 dudes. My husband plays, I play, and she plays. So there's how many of us? There's Ian. There's Goose over there. I'm technically that one. And then CJ's there, and then she's there. So yeah, there's like 4 of us right now. I think that we might get 2 more eventually. We just have to figure out like who the right people are. We really don't want troublemakers in here, and that's, I think, been the thing that we're thinking about the most right now is who we can take in that isn't gonna cause trouble for us and isn't gonna cause mayhem. There's a lot of people that will screw with your stuff just for the sake of screwing with your stuff, you know? Nope, 50 seconds before I can answer witness project. Okay. Let's put the bore string in here. I call this bore string because I can't pronounce it. Don't judge me. I run them because it's one of the few ways I can pay to support. Well, I can get the support I need for the stream. You know, it's a full-time thing. I have, unfortunately, to find pathways to make it worthwhile. And this was just one of them. So yeah, I'm sorry about the ads. It's just part and parcel of how I have to operate. Welcome back, Witness Project. Yeah, I was just saying that I'm sorry about the ads. You know, it's how I pay to keep the upkeep of my, or get paid to keep my stream up to date and working. So I apologize. The only way to get rid of it, unfortunately, is to be a subscriber. My subscription fee is low, so it's not too bad. But yeah, it's just how I can keep going because I'm a full-time streamer, author. As you can see from my lovely list of ads coming in, you know, the books I've written are listed there. McCloud's Investigation, Snuffed Out Family Tree, Joey Legend, I Don't Know You Either is all out there, so feel free. Michael, thank you so much for dropping by. Thank you for the follow, and have a great day at work. Hope you're having a good time. So yeah. Yeah, I did. Yep. You have to diversify to kind of be able to stay and kind of do all these things. I've been an author on and off since 2008. I started off in a subgenre for it was adult romances. I was tapped by somebody that was successful in that area, and then I went on to just write new genres myself. I created a brand new genre myself, and I'm still going. Still going. I'm still trying to find the thing that I'm most passionate about, I guess. I haven't found it yet. So yeah, I'm working on a book right now, but the creative juices are not flowing at the moment. Oh my goodness, they've built a huge chunk since last night. They must have been on while I was off. Originally that was just all wood, and you can see that the sides have been changed to stone. You can see that they've got stone pillars, steps. They've got their tannery up and running. Yeah, they're getting their crafting level up by crafting tables and then placing baskets on them. Yeah, he's not doing too badly. We didn't choose this particular area because it wasn't very flat and it wasn't very big. That's why we didn't really choose it originally. But we had plans to expand out that way as more people kind of joined. But now we'll have to go kind of up the hill, I think, in order to get it to where it needs to be. Oh, no problem, Witness. I'm there on Thursday, so I'm right there with you. Yeah, come back in a bit. I'll be around. Hey, I'd love to hear more about it, Witness Project, and I'd love to hear how you're going to do that. I mean, I'm one for creatively connecting with other streamers and streaming with people, so yeah, let me know. Always open to new possibilities and things like that. So yeah, just let me know. Okay, now I'm off on a little adventure. First of all, I want to see if Dance Cat's here. I saw her loading the game, so I don't know. We'll see if she replies. I just made her a bunch of gear yesterday, I think it was, so. No, it was today. Today, yeah, it was today. What am I saying yesterday? It feels like yesterday because I'm so freaking tired today. It's like, what the hell am I so tired for? But for some reason, I am operating on empty today. Not sure how I'm gonna get through today, but we'll see. Prince of Dawnstar, hello. Now over here is some of the most incredible builds that I've seen personally. Like this one here is a pretty amazing build. They just haven't gotten the ends on yet. I think they're having issues with the ends, but I've noticed a few of the people that are doing the thatch roof have that kind of gap on the ends of their houses, so. I built social media. I started taking in a few people and found out I have an error in the profiles on the accepting of the content. Eventually, I'm trying to have a social media creator content site where a customer can choose the IP and manufacturer, and they see the cost breakdown at every step where people make money and where overhead is covered. A lot of it comes down to time. Oh yeah, it does. You're 100% right on that. But it's not just time. If you're going to be sitting and you're going to be clipping and you're going to be editing and you're going to be making videos for YouTube and you're going to be diversifying your portfolio as much as you can, there's other aspects. Like you need somebody that maintains your house. You need somebody that does like, you know, you need all sorts of extras to help you with that. You need to be able to pay your bills. You need to not worry about the cost of things. There's like a whole set of things that has to go into it in order to make it profitable. I know Americans have a harder time with it because they have much more bills, especially if they're, you know, they've got health issues, and sometimes being a streamer you get health issues because to get the balance to make it and break into the business properly and to be able to make sufficient money on a monthly basis, you have to have a more restricted life in regards of like going out, whatnot. You have to put the time in, you have to put the effort in, and sometimes people's mental health suffer or they get sick with the stress of it, and then they can't take it and they go back to their day jobs. So it's not easy. I always think on it like, you know, if you're an author and you're building your product, you have a kind of similar aspect, but at least as an author, if you've got a working day job and it's a day job where you can, and you're writing something that's acceptable to promote at your job or to promote in your life, then you can use your job and your social interactions on the day-to-day basis to do that. However, if you do not have that, it's a little harder. It's a little bit more destructive. And I think people struggle with that, but we have more support. Like Scotland is opening up to, you can get grants and things like that to help you start up something like that. There's more support for the creative art, or there was support for the creative arts. I don't know how good it is at the moment with all the other stuff that's been going on, but there's lots of different, you know, opportunities. And also, I think you need to know, oh, hey, if I get, you know, I can apply for this grant and it'll help me this year with the cost of upgrading my system or getting a better microphone or getting X, Y, and Z. If you know where to apply for those things, that can also help. But you have to know these things. And I think that's the trick. And I'm not kind of read up on that side of things. I'm only read up on the side that I know well, and unfortunately, that's the novel side. But yeah, I think having somebody that understands that industry and size of things it's an incredible resource for people. Okay, yes, I'm taking on camps to get my gold up a bit more. Okay. Alright, can I see his head? There his head is. How am I not hitting you? How are you not hitting me? What's going on? We both lagged on that one, okay. Oh no, I didn't want blueberries. Ugh. Okay, golds. Yeah, she has to be on because I'm splitting gold with her. I've just raided camps for extra gold that we need. Or at least I want to be sure that I've got extra gold. My plan was to try and get the rest of it for today up. But I think that there's a timer on all of that. Two gold split. Okay, come on, dude. Okay. Damn, they both came. I was hoping to get one. How am I not hitting you? Oh, I am hitting you. I'm just spinning through you. I got some gold. Gotta go through this way to get back on the road. I wasn't actually planning a hunting trip. It's just turning into a hunting trip. That's somebody's house. Boy, you have a boar outside your house? That's rough. Explains why you're not fully built, I guess. Let's keep going up the way. There's the road. If I'm not mistaken, that might be more pure iron. We'd actually need iron, which is the issue. That's impure iron, which we have next to the base, so it's iron that I'm up here looking for, but I'm also just grabbing other stuff that I see. Because eventually I have to go to Shire today. Well, actually, I don't have to go to Shire now, because I got paid. Whee! Got dandelion. We're gonna have to go up to the pale if we want the other stuff. I'm also just trying to get combat in too. There we go. It is by far the grindiest, friend-inducing playing game. Like, you want to play this with your friends. And you have to play it with your friends. There is no if, buts, or qualms about it. You have to play this with your friends. You can't do it alone. You really can't. If you have questions about it, Joe, I more than happy to answer them. Just let me know. If you really love the grind, then this is for you. This is for you. There is a huge map. There's PvP. If you go through a gate, it'll take you to a PvP area where you can build, you can fight, you can try to survive. Just know that people will take your stuff. You know, not everybody's a nice person. I think that's one of the things I learned particularly hard. Was I learned, hey, you know, not everyone's a nice person. So yeah, yeah, just kind of be aware of that. No, I suggest you find a group of people you can take into this, and make sure that they're reliable people, and do your best to work together to create something amazing for yourselves. Crafting and stuff like that, it is a process. You are going to struggle at the beginning. Like, you will level fast at the beginning, and then it starts to slow. Now, the reason it is that is when you join, you get boosts for the first month, and that boosts help, but those boosts wear off, and if you're not by level 10 at the end of the 30 days, then it does get a little harder. However, if you work as a team, you can negate that. The reason that they do that is that they're testing to make sure whether you're a serious player or whether you are just somebody looking for a bit of fun. Crafting is all about you know, tech trees, leveling up, resourcing your resources, finding the stuff you need. It is really about challenging yourself and your friends and knowing what you guys are good at, what you guys will be interested in, and what you guys will be willing to put the time and effort in to get. I hope that helps. I will sit and explain this game all day long if I have to. I actually enjoy it because I think this game, it gets undersold and undervalued, but there's a lot of ups to this game. And that's the thing. People want to focus on all the bad stuff about the game, and I'm not saying it hasn't got its flaws, because trust me, I wish I had a horse. But it does have its flaws. And eventually we'll get to a point where they will give us horses and it won't be so bad. Like, walking everywhere won't suck. But I think for everything takes time. So when you come on to play, you gotta realize that it might take you 2 days to make something. It might take you 2 days to come up with something. But at the end of those 2 days, I bet you feel freaking amazing because you've achieved something. You just achieved something that you didn't think you would be able to achieve. Exactly. They don't merit the game, they don't play long enough, and they judge it based off of a handful of days rather than putting in the grind and seeing what they can actually do with the game. You're 100% right there, Mo. Joe, I should say. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I have shortened it to Joe. I hope that's okay. But yeah, no, I mean, we have a Discord where you can get help with your own gameplay. It's known as Valhalla. If you want to hop in there anytime and ask questions or just get some advice, then stick a note in general chat and say, here for Pax, and I will give you roles, or one of the moderators will give you roles, and that will allow you to join the Pax Dei conversation, and you'll be able to get help and answers to any of your questions. I highly recommend that because sometimes there's been times where I've had questions and I've had to go and ask other people for specific answers. Like, I can't find certain things, the interactive map doesn't work. There's a whole bunch of things that happen that sometimes you feel a bit hopeless with. And that can lead to a lot of frustration. And I can guarantee you that having that ability to reach out and ask somebody when Google fails you, and Google will fail you at times, then, you know, that really helps, because there's not a lot of how-to videos. I mean, that they're starting to come in now where you are seeing like how to do this, how to do that, how to find things, but they're not always the easiest videos to find. Either. So sometimes it's good to be able to, you know, come in and ask somebody for some help, or to pick somebody else's brain. So yeah, feel free to jump in Valhalla, and we'll do our best to help you. I hope that helped, Joe, and you know, I hope the offer to others helps as well, because I've been there and I felt the frustration, and you know, I always feel like you need that little bit of hope to sometimes get you through. I'm trying to be sneaky as hell here because this is the Forsaken Forest, and the Forsaken Forest loves to throw up ghosts at random points that will try and kill you. And that sucks. I'm not gonna lie, it sucks if you're running for your life all the time, and you can't really do much to them either, which, or we can't at this level anyway. So yeah, we're kind of sneaking around in our own Forsaken Forest until we get strong enough that we can take them down on our own. I had gone looking for iron, but I went the wrong way, so I'm now here, and I'll see what I can get while I'm here. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm always one of those easy laid back streamers. I speak to my chat, I interact with you all, and answer questions about what I'm playing. If I don't know, I'll say, hey, I haven't a clue, or, you know, there's more honesty in there than I think a lot of streamers give. And I think that's helping people, you know, feel more, I want to say more at home, but I know that that's maybe not the case. But it does help people feel like they're not as alone and that there's genuine people still left kicking around. So, you know, that is a ghost right there. That is a level 3 ghost, and it's an alpha because it's got a skull on it, on its name bar. If you see a skull on a name bar, it's an alpha, which means it's one level higher than it's listed. And trust me, you never want to see that. Yeah, never want to see that. It's never good. It's just never good. It's copper. There's more onions. I kind of used up the onions, so I'm out here replacing stock at the moment. As I said in the title, it's today's replacement and repair, so that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now, is replace and repair. No problem. I'm glad I could help. Good luck, Joe, and as I said, you know where I am if you need any help. And I hope I can help you. Yeah, I do about 5 hours, so there's a good chance that I'll still be on. I'm only into my first hour and a half, so yeah. Okay, I think it's time to take the impure, because there's nothing really else around here now that we need. Might take this limestone as well. Let's say we're full. And we are. Damn it. Let's fire that out. Pick up the impure. Let's just rock. That's obsidian, and that's citron. Okay. Here we go. Let's have a look around. Enoch is a mushroom we use in so many of our stew recipes. Stew is pretty good for stamina. So I tend to use it when I know that I'm going to be going and doing a lot of mining or something that requires a lot of stamina, essentially. It is a little rough, but have you gone over your 30 days, can I ask? You don't need to tell me if you don't want to. Not yet. So some people find after you go over the 30 days that the leveling can be rough, and I would say that's very true, because your buff wears off. However, yeah, after level 10 it can be rough depending what you're trying to level. If you're doing it on your own, it will be excessively rough. However, they have just put a new buff in place, which I'm pretty sure they're going to be changing again. And that was to try and get players to slow down so they don't burn out. But it also means you don't lose your resources as fast. It gives you more opportunities to get it to go through than before. And I think that's kind of a, for some people, it's a good idea. For people like me who necessarily go out and get a lot of resources, it's not the best. And it can be very difficult. I think the world of this game, 100% love this game, and I think it's got a lot of great things to offer people. And I feel like it's offered me a lot of great stuff too. And I look forward to when they put the farming in. They are talking about putting farming in soon. I think that will also be quite awesome. The farming aspect would be amazing. Um, but everybody's going to have a very different opinion as this game moves forward. There is going to be horses that's coming up. There is going to be the ability to build those kinds of objects that you know that you can utilize to make life easier. It's I think it's patience because you gotta wait. This game, remember, this game just came out into full release. It is just out into full release. It has not got all its kinks worked out yet. It's not there yet. And that takes time. It takes time. And I think when they figure that out and they figure out the bugs and everything, like I'm just fighting an invisible boar apparently. Well, once they kind of get the servers a bit more under control, then you'll see a lot more updates about strengthening the game with that kind of stuff and all those kinds of issues will become less. But right now they're balancing it. They're trying to find a way to keep players interested, but also make it so that people don't burn out as quickly. If you're 15 or so in, you're already doing better than most people I know, to be honest with you. It is not, oh, it's a car. Damn it, I'm going to throw away the stone. Damn it, I didn't want to do that. Okay. Furry stones are really important. For me, I think I'm excited to see how this is going to grow. I remember that it's just gotten released. They had to have a huge wipe of the servers because there was a lot of people that were on but weren't playing. So they had to get rid of that old data and try and start afresh. I don't believe they'll do that again to the same extent, but I think if you're not playing, there's a good chance that you'll come on and your stuff's gone. So that's something to keep in mind. And I say that to everybody. If you're starting this game, be prepared to roll up your sleeves and get involved and to do what needs to be done. So yeah, like once you're getting there and you're figuring things out, be kind of, just be prepared for what's in store. I can't ever remember if armor has a U in it or not. Yeah. I would love to see the horses and the carts and stuff coming in. I think that would be really cool. But I think that you would have to build them and repair them. And I think you need to figure out how to repair them too. Like, how do you build them? Like, what levels are going to be required? Is it going to be carpentry and blacksmithing, or I'm looking forward to seeing how they do that. Definitely. How is the e-commerce? Last I played, and I think it was just oversized. It's not now. When they had the big wipe after its release, then a lot of the different people move to different servers, and it really mixes things up. I play on the US server. I'm no longer in the EU servers, but I know from the US server, if you can find a raw material that you can sort of gather, mine, or whatever, then you'll do well. But it has to be base products that other people are going to need, and the other people are going to want, and the other people are going to need in order to level. I think that's the thing that people make the mistake about when it comes to commerce, is that they're maybe not looking and seeing, well, what does the market need? Doesn't doesn't go around to the different shires and or the different counties and find out what it is that they need. If you do that, you have a much better chance of getting a good sort of list of clients, a good sort of working system. I have a stall on one of the other group's tables at at our Pax Dei, and we are actually selling stuff on that table because it's priced sensibly. It's items that people need, it's items that people want, and that's how we've been progressing so far. We also have a standing order. We deliver X amount of wood whenever that person requires it. And yeah, it helps so much. And I'm very grateful for it. I'm very grateful for it. Definitely pays for my plot and it helps my my clan greatly. And I think also if you have groups of people that help you with supply and demand for objects as well, that can help a great deal too. Hope that answered your question, Mama Ray. Welcome in, Guts. I wish my guts weren't playing up. Ugh, my tummy's away today. Doesn't like me today. It's in a mood with me today for some reason. Ah, Guts, thank you so much for the heart me. Welcome to the fan club, and thank you so much for being here today with us. Well, join us, ask your questions, and maybe I can just tempt you over the edge to get the game and join in all the fun that we are all having. I certainly will not guide you away from the game. I will at least be forthcoming with that. I will probably nudge you towards the game, in fact. Purely because I love the game and I like sharing the game with other people, and I think it's good for people to have somewhere that they can go and play with their friends and play a game that's different and enjoyable and where they can have a lot of giggles and laughs. It is. It definitely is. And I think the map's big enough that you can go into PvP if you're feeling a little, pinned in or whatever. You can go out into the PvP map and you can do all that too. The PvP is a thing. You will eventually have to go to the PvP section because you're going to have to come face to face with other players who are all going to want the same resources you do, which is steel. And steel is very difficult to come by if you do not go to the PvP zone. So having a clan to whom you can go and mine with that will watch your back and prevent you from being killed and having your stuff taken is a kind of a necessity. You're not gonna find too many people that try to go and mine for resources on their own, because people do get killed in the PvP zone, and some people lose their stuff in the PvP zone. Your stuff is not protected unless you put it in the box at the Pax Dei. And I would, if you're going into the PvP zone, I recommend going skivvies and go with objects that you can make, and you're not worried about losing, and you're not worried about breaking either, because I'm pretty sure there'll always be somebody that's a little tougher than you, a little stronger than you, that will be kicking around and will kick your ass if you try to kill them or you try to take stuff from them, especially those that are, people build bases there, and if you kind of go out your way to be an ass and take their stuff while they're building, I'm pretty sure they have a big ass clan that's going to come up behind you, tap you on the shoulder, kill you, take your stuff. So PvP is not a nice place to go, but it is a necessity when you get into the much later side of the game. So I hope that helps, Guts. I hope that helps, and thank you so much for becoming a part of the Super Fan Club. It is awesome to have you with us. Okay, dokie, let's put that down there, and that goes up there. I have no idea if my moderator is sitting at her computer or not. But I'm gonna have to go and get iron here in a second, because we need it. Probably need to do another run of impure iron as well. I need her to do some of the grindy stuff, which is the working with the hides. Normally I do that, but I've been doing so much of the blacksmithing right now that I don't, or haven't had a chance to do a lot of my leather working and my sort of sewing stuff. I'll need to do that soon because my husband's gonna need an upgrade if he keeps leveling the way he is. Right, let's see. Okay, let's see if I can get that on. See, it's weird because we spend a lot of time together. You know, and we'll game together and whatnot, so yeah. That's just extra. You can pay for your 1 grace plot if you need to with grace. You just need 400 grace a month to pay for your plot. And I mean, you can get that through gold, through selling stuff to other players, that kind of thing. It's not mandatory at all. It really isn't. I panicked and I actually got the subscription and then realized I didn't need it. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it right now. Come on, do your 30 days, enjoy it, and then if you enjoy it, then you can pay with your grace, or if you don't enjoy it, then you don't have to worry about it. Okay, let's get this stuff put away, and then I'll have to go find that other stuff. Yeah, we were the same. We said the exact same thing, and then we gained more members, and then it became a situation. But just be prepared that if you bring your friends in, 1 grace plot isn't going to be enough. They'll have a grace. They'll have their own grace plot. They'll have their own plot that they can put down. But if they stop playing, that affects yours, because they usually butt up against each other. If you butt them up against each other, you get more space. This originally started out as just 2 buildings, and that's our alchemy tower there because there's just so much stuff for alchemy. Then we had to extend it. Well, Guts, jump into Valhalla, say hello, and we'll help you out as much as you can. I don't like seeing people struggle alone. So yes, please reach out if you need any help. Valhalla you can find in my bio section or the About Me section on TikTok, and you're more than welcome. That back there is the extension where we have an extra furnace at the top, and then we have kilns, That's our grinder for our grain. We have upstairs apartments where people keep their personal stuff that they make or that they're proud of or whatever. And then we have, that's carpentry down there. That's jewel making down there, because I can tell you something, you go through, you get a lot of jewels, a lot of gemstones and stuff like that. So, so yeah, there's a lot of different aspects to it. I'm curious. She might have just logged on for her grace, actually. You do have to log on every single day to get your grace. Otherwise, you have to pay and you're at risk of losing your stuff. So, that's something to consider as well. You know, when you're diving into this game. Because if you're wanting to do it for free, then you need to have the ability to protect your plot. Okay, I'm off again. Actually, can I do any more? F for more grace. 450 gold gets me 15, and I'm looking for 100, which is 32,000. Okay. Right, I'll have to get more grace tomorrow and then do it tomorrow, or wait 17 hours. Grace tomorrow. Well, Guts, as I said, feel free to reach out and I'll help you any way I can. Adam, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It really helps me climb and helps me with the progression and to try and get this stream, you know, be able to get the stream stable and financially stable, and hopefully I can get that soon. So yeah, I'm 100 grace short at the moment. But I'll get that fixed tomorrow, and then I will not be. Oh, this is a US server that I'm playing on right now. I'm on US East Celine Mary, MERRIE. Yep. You're welcome. Right, I have to go along that road and then up. I have to go right till I get to the end of it though. I'm on a long walk. I think, hold on, I have to pull up my friend's messages so that I can see where Rosemary is, because Rosemary is what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, it's in Castor. Okay, so we're not going for Rosemary. If I go this way and I go up, that'll take me to here where I can get iron. And then I could follow this road that way. Okay. Off I go. Let's replace the iron before I set off for Castor, I think. I think that's gonna be my smartest play here. Alright, so I'm going this way. Trying to cut down on the walking. Yeah, I've heard a lot of bad about Quinfall, and I haven't tried Quinfall, so I don't know if it's true or not. But my friend, he's an MMO fixated guy. He loves his MMO. And he loves MMOs. Like, that's all he plays. And he told me it was the biggest disappointment. He wished he'd gotten this game instead of Quinfall. And I was beyond surprised at that because I wasn't expecting him to say that. But as he put it, it was so disappointing for him. And he's still playing it. Because his friend gave it to him, basically. So that's the only reason he's playing it. But yeah, he put it to me. He was kind of let down by it. And I guess he said he thought he would get more for his bang for his buck, and then he didn't. So I think that got him down a little bit. So yeah. Right. Where am I going? I have taken a weird turn here. Yeah, so I need to get onto that road down there. I might have to fight my way through this. I also tend to leave a lot of carcasses behind for my friends, so they can level up, because it's easier. It just gives them the resource to level, and then they don't have to go and get it. And with the resources situation that we've currently got, yeah, just makes their lives a little easier. I need to get out of here. Onto the road. Up here. Can't be used in combat in this guy's... Yeah, there we go. I just had to wait. Don't worry, I'll get him before I go. Yeah, if you're looking for something that is a long-term game, Guts, this is it. If you're not looking for a long-term game, then this isn't it. But this is a long-term game. Sorry about that, kid. It's Pax Dei. I'm playing Pax Dei. It's a new grind to the limit MMO. Okay. There they are. Okay, right now you're gonna be really confused because I'm gonna be picking out your feet. Here we go. I am gathering up gold as I go because A, I went the wrong road, which is no surprise, and B, I want to have as much gold on me for tomorrow's grace conversion as possible. Yeah, this has no toxicity in it as long as you stay out of the PvP zone. If you go into PvP, then yeah, you'll get toxic. But to be honest with you, I haven't had any toxicity. I've had the opposite. I've been welcomed, I've been given boxes, I've been given contracts to make money, and there's all sorts of that kind of stuff that goes on, and it's absolutely fantastic. And it makes it feel worthwhile. Like you end up feeling like you're actually part of a community, and I think that's super important. It's also kind of rare nowadays, to be honest with you. I used to be a League of Legends player, to give you an idea. I played League for the longest time, and that is one toxic community. I made some great friends, but I made friends over the years through League. Not all of them great, and I didn't even know that a lot of them were convicts and criminals and stuff like that. But League has its own sort of. There's a lot of predators in League now, which is slightly scary, to be honest with you. And that's a very toxic attitude. No, there's no quests. You will not find a single quest in this. You determine what your character does and how your character grows and what aspects and elements you want to add. If you were a Dota player, you would understand League so well. So yeah, it's up to yourself. You'll learn pretty quickly that the missions are like, get ores, get food, get resources to make your weapons, repair your weapons, make friends so you don't go dying on trips to dungeons and whatnot, or in wolf dens, things like that. So you just have to be kind of aware of what you're walking into before you walk into it, I think. Yeah, we actually had a player that played in our League competitive team that was from Dota too, so I get what you were talking about with that. And my brother, I hate saying this because he gets a big head, but my brother was right. League is more elitist and toxic than Call of Duty players. I don't know how many times I had people say to me, "Oh my god, are you a girl? Why are you playing this game?" When I was in League games. I just didn't go on voice chat. Like getting blamed for losing just because you're a girl was something that happened so often. Oh, we had a girl on our team, that's why we lost. Like, it was just, yeah. That kind of tells you, dude. That's part of the reason I left. Righty, that's more impure iron. That's more impure iron over there. These are like encampments to the right. That's more like a dungeon to the left. Either one is not fun, and I am going to have to get through here. Yikes. To get the ores I think I need, which are up here, hopefully. Otherwise, I've just run out of food, and I'm going to be in trouble. Oh no, he returned to his little home. Oh, it's impure iron. Darn it. Okay, we're still on the this is rye. Rye makes bread and yeast. Barley makes malt, and you need both of those for beer and wine and whiskeys, which you can later on make in the game as you level up your wine brewery skills. And trust me, you want those winery skills, because the booze in this is actually really good for your stats and your characters. It's just copper. No problem. See you later. Have fun, and I hope to see you around. And I hope you're following, and I'll see you in more streams in the future. Thank you again. Oh, I'm still fighting with that coffee that went the wrong way. Okay, now we're in the Berrylands, so there should be iron somewhere around here. Oh, and we're back in width. Okay, so oh boy, that's the road down there, so I gotta figure out how to get to the road. And I am not cliff climbing and running again, because that never ends well for me. Okay. So what we're gonna do is go around this way until we find the road to go down, or at least have the cliff, the hill get less steep. At least my skinning in combat's going up. I see blackberries, but I'm terrified that I'm gonna get jumped. We need blackberries for some of the higher tier drinks. And we'll need it for syrups and stuff later on too. Yeah, my Discord server information's in the bio. You can reach me through there. So yeah, or you can find me on Twitch under the Shetland Pixie. Yeah. Heck, if you send me a message on TikTok, I can probably send you over the information if it's easier for you. Yeah, I have got to fight through these guys. Thank you. Have a great day at work, and I hope it goes well for you. Lily at the Valley. Heathram. Alright, let's keep cutting our way through this till we find a safe way down. It is not going to cost me my life or my armor. There we go. This looks a little safer. Take some more of this, because I need 20. Oh, that's copper. I didn't want copper, but I guess we've got a load of copper on us now. I can always drop the copper if needed. Two for the price of one. Let's get this right. And okay, let's head down. See, the road goes this way. I need to find, because that's the road going up. It goes that way, up and around. At least I'm getting the rye. Like, I'm trying to get as much rye as I can. I'd like a box full of yeast at some point. There's the castle. Where's the road? I might just have to walk along and then swim across to get on the road. Yeah, I don't see any other way of doing it. I ended up far too far on the other side of the mountain. Drop the hoops. Okay, slide down. And down. Take out the heath. Okay. And drop that, and that, and that. Okay. Hey Tank, welcome. Okay. There's no road on this side. Okay. Okay, keep going. And then slip down. each portion. This is the hill that I hate because it's the one I usually die on. And I'm being a little smarter than I normally am. And I'm taking it one step at a time. Ugh, that was close. Luckily, I was fully fed. It has a lot of crafting. It does. Erasband. Ooh, that was almost. It does have a lot of crafting. Everything you make, your weapons, your food, your jewelry, everything in this game, all comes from the stuff that you harvest, the stuff that you mine, the stuff that you cut down, the stuff that you kill. All of it is used. And it's very, you know, everything's crafted. Everything you have to do yourself. So I hope that answers your question. I'm in an area where there's a known bear, so I'm a little bit anxious, a little bit nervous. Because I really don't want to take on the bear today. There he is. I knew you'd be sitting there. It's another deer felled with the bow. And I have no idea what I'm at in bow, but I keep waiting for it to pop up to say 10. It's not done it yet. Ooh, hello you. Oh gosh, I missed you. How could I miss you? You're standing still. I like fighting the wolves now that I'm stronger. Because the wolves give me wolf collars and we need those for armor, weapons, enchanting weapons and stuff like that. So all of it plays an important role. Everything you do is for a reason. Carved collar stone. Okay, I'm looking out for bears in particular because I don't want to run into a bear because I can't do crap against a bear. Can't fight bears yet. I can fight wolves as long as I'm not completely outnumbered, but I can't fight bears. I think I just... Oh, crap, I got no boar on me. Thought I saw a deer fall in there, but actually I think it was probably a boar. Okay, we gotta eat. Okay, 7. Let's do that. I had not intended this to be a hunting run in the least, but it is turning out to be that. And I think those are... there's deer. Alrighty. That's one prize. I gotta get the other one. I think it was over here somewhere. I'm going to annoy this boar, but hey ho. I swore it went up towards... There it is. the Chantel mushrooms. My League of Legends Masters team's having a chat, apparently. That's what you're seeing in the top left corner is my Masters team conversation. They are chatting about their upcoming scrim and practice. They actually spend a lot of time communicating, which is nice because not all league teams do that. Did you get away? Yep, and you sparked off the deer. I don't want the tree, I want the deer. It's a stag. I just have one outstanding deer, and here she is. I didn't get her. I didn't get her. I'm gonna be out of arrows at this rate. Yeah, let her run. I hear a bell behind me. I thought my cat was behind me, but apparently he's not. I was like, wait, where's my cat behind me? No idea what he's doing. Okay. Everywhere you go for iron, it's a little bit of a walk. Unfortunately, we don't live in a position where iron is easy for us to get. But here is some iron right here, which is handy. There we go, getting some of the warp iron in, because she'll probably use that up while I'm offline tonight. Okay, well, let's take out this. Heavy armor 12 on legs. That's leveled up. That's impure. We're just looking for pure now. bear. Yep, that's a bear. We're not wanting bears. I would like wolves or iron. That's pretty much it. I hate that I keep getting hooves. It's a bear. Just keep going. Okay, this way. Ah, red cabbage. Not seen you in a hot minute. Blackberries. Oh, these are level 3s. This is gonna be much harder. Oh, fudge. I am... In fact, I need to get I need... Yeah, I should not have got in there. I didn't realize they were level 3s. And I'm in the dead zone. Perfect. That was the last thing I wanted. Okay, I just got a very weird question from a very, very old friend. And I'm like, Okay, right. Now I have to go get my body back. Because I was a dummy and I should not have tried to take on a camp in the Marylands because that was just silly. There is the copper. And that's what I was wanting to avoid. That's a ghost. And he is going to chase me for a good amount of time. And he got me. Damn it. Okay, metal nut, don't go up the hill. Keep going straight. I'm gonna need food to give me a bit more cover in case I run into any more. So, sorry elderberries, I have to eat you on the way this time. Right. There's nothing on this body right here. Got someone here. Take all just to get rid of that. And we're going this way. That is a bear over there, which we don't want to piss off. So let's keep our distance. Oh, fennel. Okay, and then we go up here. Let's say it's across the water. So that looks like there's a bridge back. I'm looking for a bridge. That's the ores I need to harvest. I need to find a way across where my body was. Okay. The stone. Just one of these. Okay. Elderberry is going to make some of the bast elder syrup, so we'll have lots of that to go. Ready to go, hopefully. Right now we have the highest resource drink we can let ourselves sell, which is the dandelion one. It's the dandelion drink. Dandelion and herb stuff, which is quite potent, but it's probably not enough for the people that live around these parts. Cotton. Right. Getting there. Let's hope I can make the other side. We're gonna start running into the health issue here in a second. Once your stamina runs out, your health starts to drop, and the only way to get your health up is to get up onto land. Now, it's saying that my body should be somewhere around here. Right, I think we're getting close, because these are the camps. It's the road. Okay. Should be a bugger. It's this way. I also have a board on my butt, which is not good. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Should be glimmering. Should see gold somewhere. Okay, let's hope I'm close enough. Yep. Okay, let's get all this back in place. Okay, so that and that can all get chucked along with that. So we have room for the items that we need. Okay. Right, the hammer says this way, so we'll go this way. Okay. Let's hope I can make it across this time. This is me collecting iron, warp iron, so that my teammates can do jewelry making. I also need it for swords and armors and all that kind of stuff, but mostly I need it for making sure that I have all the bits and pieces I need for them as well as me. So it's kind of, I'm trying to make sure everybody's got what they need. Okay, iron. Now once we get all of the iron that we need, then I need to move back to the base, drop that off, make sure everything's going. Before I get to go and do some adventures in Castor, which is a long ass walk, but it is one of the best places to get rosemary. And unfortunately, rosemary is something we need a lot of right now. So. Right. Oh, I did not want to pick that up. Where's the... Or, I think I got the ore, so that's fine. That's our 100. Rosemary. Got only 19 of that so far. Love to know how we increase carry weight. That's going to be the next interesting thing. Carry weight is, I think, extremely important. So I need to wait and see what they will recommend for that. Okay. That's copper. Going this way now. There we go. Let's just increase this. So getting the iron ore at the moment is kind of our priority. There is pure iron, but we have not got the pieces that we need to upgrade to the pure iron smelts or the pure iron stuff that we need to do. So that's something that I'm considering and I'm looking into, like, well, what are we going to do about that? But the only way to smelt it would be to upgrade it, upgrade the forge that we have, and the furnace that we have. But unfortunately, I'm not sure what the next upgrades are going to take because we haven't quite got to that level yet. So I just have to push the blacksmithing until I get to a point where I get the next set of abilities to upgrade the furnace, and then it's going to be a case of doing everything I can to upgrade the furnace as much as I can. It will take time because I don't think I'll be able to do it right off the bat. I think it will take a little bit of finessing to get it to where I need it, so. Okay, so that must mean one of my foods has run out. It's saying it hasn't. Here is the mining station where there is a ton of iron which we can get. This is granite. No, that's tin. Elderberry. Let's keep going. And I see the bear. Let's just give him a wide berth. Yeah, this is the granite, which we're not coming here for today, but we will have to come back another time for. There's elderberry. Okay. Well, that means I give this one to her. Okay. Well, building to something beautiful. Yeah, my singing sucks, I know. It's just kind of part of my personality. I have this thing about awkward silences, and when you're mining aimlessly, then sometimes it does feel a little bit awkward. So it does. Bandane, welcome to the server. Okay, what can we get rid of? There we go. I'm gonna have to eat something because the stamina level is atrocious. Right. I'd have thought cloudberries lasted so long. This is Pax Day, Cody. Welcome in. How are you today? What have you been getting up to? Have you been considering Pax Day? If you have been, what is stopping you from rushing on and joining us this very fine day? Okay. It's like a single ore sitting there. We don't really need the arrowheads because I can make those. This is a very, very, very good spot for mining. I'm glad that this is not actually that known, because I would never get iron if it was, so. Kind of glad that I found it and I can utilize it, you know. It would be a whole different kettle of fish if I didn't. It's a very, very Shetland saying, I just realized. Right, we cannot carry any more. I have tried. So, let's go back to the Petra. I just realized you can probably see my abs, which I wasn't intending. I unfortunately do suffer with the abs. The dance abs, as I call them. It's the kind of abs that you get that just don't go away. Sucks. I have tried my entire life to put weight on and I cannot do it. So. But no, we call them dancers abs because they're so difficult to get shot of. You spend a lot of time or at least I have with abs, that you just cannot, like, everybody kind of comments on it and you're kind of like, oh, you're kind of wary. You're like, oh, like, you noticed, like, oh, please don't notice my abs. But yeah, it's a thing. Happens periodically now. I started wearing crop tops a few summers ago because it was getting really hot here, and I'm not somebody that shows off very often, but I got the eeny bitty waist that means I have to get specially made jeans. I'm like not quite a 6, not quite an 8. I'm like right in the middle, which is annoying because I'm a 25.5-inch waist. And I am low on jeans because they do not make jeans like they used to, I can tell you. And I had a pair of jeans that lasted me 13 years. Well, since I was 13 years old. I'm 30, gosh, it's like 24 years they lasted me. How often can you say you have a pair of jeans that last 24 years? I mean, but yeah, I had a really decent set of jeans, and I had to, they actually were coming away at the areas you couldn't sort of, they'd been repaired a bunch of times, but you couldn't have repaired them anymore. They were on their way out. And I have another pair of jeans that I haven't known for that long, and they've got like a big decoration down one leg, and they're starting to go, and I'm like, damn, have I not got a pair of jeans that's not trying to fall apart on me? And these ones are fairly new. These are my acid washed light blue ones, and they don't come up over my hips. They sit on my hip bones, and I like that. I don't like the ones that come up to your belly button. I hate those because they irritate my belly button. I have 2 pairs of those though, which I hate wearing, but they're like my oh crap, it's washing day jeans. Always been a jeans girl, always, and up to the point I discovered jeans, my mother had me in dungarees my entire life, so yeah, as soon as I pretty much started dressing myself before I could talk, I would be like, and I would just throw a hissy fit. She put me in something I hated. I was not really, I didn't like dresses because I didn't like getting cold, and I didn't like my legs getting cold, and where I grew up, you got cold really easily, really fast. Shetland was not a place for dresses. Plus, they blew up everywhere, and your underwear would show, and I was like, what the hell? Why would you put me in a dress? So, yeah, they were not a fan favorite of mine. Okay, we got 1 row of that. A little bit more of that. We got a good amount of elderberry. I'm gonna have to actually start probably trying to make stuff to get closer to the elderberry. Okay. Probably need to get the yeast on. Craft 5, and that leaves us with a little bit more. Put this on. Yeah, there we go. That gives us 2. Okay. Do I actually have water over here? I sometimes keep buckets of water underneath here for... I am literally just sticking this in a machine and walking away. I'm like, there's no effort going into this part at all. That was the yeast I made the other day. Craft 3. That's probably because of my water, right? My plan was to fill a box full of yeast, essentially. Have a box full of malt and a box full of yeast and a box full of flour. And we're getting there, little by little. Alright, let's do this side, and malt, so that's barley. Take that out. Okay, and then that leftover goes in there. It's the water, yeah. I only have 10 left. Do I have water over here by any chance? I sometimes have water in the kicking around, but it doesn't appear like I do. I like keeping water in the one of the boxes just so that it's easy to grab while you're there. Doesn't always work out that way, but it's just easier to grab if you're there. Alright. Okay, let's put this in here. Okay, that's that on. Now we go in here and we'll get dandelion. And we'll go over here. And it's the dandelion and herb infusion, which requires water, and I don't know if I have water in this box over here. We use this pre-made food that's bottlenecking because we don't have the players on all the time that is required to keep the food levels down, essentially. If we did, it would not be an issue, but yeah. Okay, let's get this done. Okay. Haven't found the red currant yet. The red currant's supposed to be in the pail, but I haven't seen it. Okay, so we have 2 left over. Right. Take the sage out. I don't actually know what we need sage for, so that's just gonna get left to just thingy it. Okay. Spare elderberry. Come up here and we'll get the cloth on. Takes a lot of cloth to make stuff now that I'm a higher level and that everyone's kind of catching, well, my friend's catching up behind me, so she is, so it's testing, you know, her. She's not quite the same level as me, so there is a lot of like resources that doesn't go through, but for the most part she kind of should be able to keep up with me now that she's kind of getting further along. Okay, and that goes there, and that goes there, that goes there. Wool cloth. Coarse wool cloth. There we go. That should allow that to go in somewhere. Yep. Okay. Over here. There we go. And then I think it's in this one. No, the one below it. There we go. It's these ones that I can make into that, essentially. And then that can go in and be made into boiled leather, or it can be made into other items. Where is it? Oh, this is not the right one. Dark hide rug, animal hide. Now let's just get this out the way. Hello.
Hey, Pax.
Oh, I was gonna say, you wanna come join me? And then I was like, oh yeah. Pax Dei is a whole other animal to what you're playing, so. I am currently I'm currently trying to get things put together for the team right now, because we ran in a wolf den and we got our asses kicked. Like, severely kicked. We died like 8 times. Kicked.
Ouch.
Yep. We had bit healing like crazy. Me and Kat doing as much physical damage as we could, but there was a Luna, and she was just so powerful. She just kicked our asses, and we were just, there was nothing we could do. That was the worst part. Like, you had to go through her. There was no other way. And so we were like, and she gave us, like, you get special tokens if you take down special bosses, and we got special token. But here's the thing, your boss is not guaranteed to be in the same place I think it's like every time it respawns. It's not always guaranteed to be there. So it was like, if we didn't try and kill her, we didn't know when the next shot would be. So we went for it. And it was like, oh man, it was a disaster. It was a disaster. So. Yeah. Living and learning the hard way.
Hasn't that been your whole life?
Pretty much, yeah. I got told I got 2 appointments this week, so tomorrow and Thursday. So those are the important appointments that's coming in, which is good, because the waiting has been awful. So yeah. Hopefully we know more Thursday. That'd be good. That would be good. I wouldn't be going so demented then. Or more demented than I am. The only downside to this game is they have fast travel points, but you have to pay like grace for them if it's not your home Petra, right? So you gotta walk everywhere. And
there's no mounts?
No, there's not. And it feels like it takes forever to go anywhere. Like, actually forever to go anywhere. Like, I might, at the moment, getting resources and replacing, like, broken armors and stuff like that. And I've been to 2 different zones, but it takes me a good 15-20 minutes just to get to where I need to go to get the material I need. You can run, you have a run button, but that then eats up your stamina, which then means that you can't just jump into mining, because you gotta wait for your stamina bar to recoup. Yep. There's like lots of elements that I've been trying to think of ways around, and I am not there yet. And now I have to go on a really, really long walk to get, I'm going to get more iron, wart iron. And then I also have to look for more, I need to do the corrupted forest, but I can't do that on my own, so I'm running around trying to find extra supplies of things to try and keep myself busy. This is the downside to not having Fulcon with me. So. And everything's level. Right? So you gotta level your bow. You've got to level your sword. If you want a great big sword like I have, you've got to level till you can get to that point. It's all... Yeah, it's a bit fiddly in that sense. Like, and then after 30 days, if you survive 30 days and you get to 10, you gotta try and get to level 10 on the things that you want to focus on. Because after level 10, it does get harder, and if you run out of your 30-day grace period, which gives you 50% boosts and things, then you're kind of gonna struggle. Like, Kat's learning now, like, she's hitting 10 on certain, like, jewelry making, for instance. Jewelry making is one of the harder areas to do. And it's pushing her. Like, the grind is real. Like, she's realizing, okay, I've got to do this repetitively to get it. I had to figure out how to get gold coming in consistently, because gold is what we turn into grace, and then the grace is what we use to pay for our plots, right? The choices is you can teleport to places, but it costs you 20 grace, right? If you get a subscription of $2.99, then you get your bonuses continue, but you don't have to pay for your slot with grace because you're already paying for it. So like it takes that worry off your brain.
So it's pay to win.
No. It's you're paying to maintain the server. That's the problem. Because what they found when they released the game, or into alpha, or like just before it actually released, people were buying up lots, not playing more than a few days, and then they weren't playing anymore. So then they were ending up with servers that were full of these like these started builds or beginning builds that nobody was using. So they wiped the servers, and then they said, right, because the servers take a lot to maintain, you guys, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to charge you, because Apex would have charged us, right? If we had to do this game and we wanted to play as a group, and there's no other way to play this game but as a group, one of us would have had to have a server. And it works out cheaper. And I did the math on this. It works out cheaper to pay them to maintain their frigging servers than it does if they were to stop that option and make us maintain a server ourselves. I am not kidding. So that's how it's set.
It's only so efficient depending on how many people you have playing. If you have enough people playing, it's worth paying for your own server on like on
Hello, I said hello. Can you log in and get your grace, please? Why? Okay. Yeah, if enough of you is playing, then yes, I agree with you. But the thing is, because the server is like the size of the server that you need to run something like this, you'd be paying the top end for Apex, right? Well, I'm using Apex as an example, right? You'd have to pay the top end for Apex, and then you'd have to make sure it's on like a way that that everybody can access it without the delay, right? Without lag. And that isn't always possible. But with this, you don't get the lag no matter where you're coming in from or you know what I mean? Like it's all everybody has the same amount of bandwidth essentially.
Ooh.
And I think that's made a big difference because when I've hosted, say, like a Minecraft or whatever, we've all had rebounding issues and lag issues and server going down and all that sort of stuff. And with this, you don't get that. You get rebounding and stuff like that sometimes, but that's usually when they're doing maintenance on the server and they'll tell you, we're doing maintenance on the server, blah, blah, blah. There might be some rebounding. But they tell you ahead of it. So that's what I like. Dun, 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 dun. Plus, this game is very addictive. Oh, you saw me. Yay! You weren't supposed to see me. Bear. There's a bear. The bear's chasing me.
Mm.
Yep, the bear is wanting to eat me. Hopefully, I might running him. Because I can do. Oh, that's just a boar. I can handle a. Well, he's gone. The problem is with bears is you need a healer, and then you need somebody that can tank, and then you need somebody that can do damage. So you kind of ideally need 3 people, but there is people that can solo bears, but they're usually like packed to the hilt, you know? They're usually a way, way further on than we are. And we discovered what happens when we decide, hey, let's just go do a wolf den. And not check out or scout the wolf den prior to doing it. Yeah, silly, silly, silly things. So what are you up to today?
When I came home, what? I got home like 4 or 5 hours ago and slept until like 11:30 ish.
Mm-hmm.
So I got at least a few hours of sleep.
Yeah, well that's good.
Uh, Basically took a power nap.
Yeah. And
And
then you would have been up with your
um,
you would have been up with your boy after that.
mm, he's away with my mom.
Oh, that's good. So at least you're getting a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just remember to sleep before your shift tonight.
No, I know. So I did yesterday. Even if it was only a couple hours.
Yeah. It does
Because I
help
ended
with
up,
it does
I
help with the
came
graveyard
home.
stuff.
Yeah, because I came home, or I was at home, and on Sunday I was really, really tired, and I was like, oh, well, I'll just take a nap. And then I'll get up and just chill for the rest of the afternoon, and then go to bed at a normal time. But I ended up taking my nap, and then I ended up sleeping until 12, like 12:10 a.m. in the morning.
Well, at least you'd have been ready for work, right?
So, but then I was like awake, and I was like, oh, well, I guess now I'm awake. And then I ended up just staying up. So then I stayed up all day, and I tried crawling into bed and tried to sleep before work. I just couldn't sleep. I just couldn't get myself to sleep. And
Yeah,
then
you need to do what's known
I
as the routine. Your scheduling. So like you will have you do the same
the problem
foods.
is fix is on the weekends. I try and fix my sleep schedule so that way I can get more normal sleep hours. You know.
Yeah. But then you're not gonna be able to if you're on graveyard shift, honey.
Well, no, I usually do a rotation. Like I rotate back to my sleep schedule usually by Sunday at least.
Yeah, but I'm just saying maybe until you're off graveyard shift, it might be better you stay on your sleep schedule.
I mean, I'm staying on graveyard shift. It's not like I'm coming off of graveyard. I'm scheduled all through this month for graveyard.
Okay, well then keep my advice so you don't end up with sleep issues Stick to the one sleep schedule. Don't try and change back, right? And the reason I'm saying that is you will find it easier. What you'll need to do is sit your mom down and like say, right, I have to be on this sleep schedule. So during the times that I'm sleeping, you might need to have my boy, right? If you can. And maybe poke your sister with a really large stick so she helps. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to manage. Take it from somebody that did nights and completely screwed up her body and her system. You do have to have a routine that your body gets used to. So it's like, oh, it's 7 o'clock. I have this sandwich. I have this cup of cocoa. I eat at this specific point in the house. I dim the lights down. I study or read your material and go to sleep that way, right? Set a specific routine of when you yourself have to sleep. So if you come in from work, for instance, if you're going to sleep when you come in for work, then that's fine. Set your alarm. And whatever you do, don't look at a screen. Don't look at anything that could activate the centers of your brain. You want it to be as bored as possible because that will force you to sleep. Your body will turn the volume down and put you to sleep. Because
Did you look at Crimson Desert at all?
No, I haven't.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm probably telling you to suck eggs, but, you know. I have a lot of experience in the area, you know.
Yeah.
Took me 2-3 years to get my sleep schedule back. But to be
No, I
fair,
just have bad insomnia.
yeah, well, I had that too. But what I'm saying was, when I met Ian, the two of us had to do it together because we were both night owls.
Yeah, I don't get that luxury.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
Even on days that I do get into bed and manage to fall asleep, if my son is at home, he comes running upstairs because he wants to see dad. So.
But that's a good thing. Don't knock it, because there will
Oh,
be a.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying that that's just a fact.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Um. Anyways, no, I was only asking is because like graphics wise, Pax Day reminds me of Crimson Desert, which just came out.
I get a lot of that. I've had a lot of people ask me that'll come in and go, "Oh, is this Crimson Desert?" And I go, "No, it's Pax Day." And then they're like, "What's Pax Day?" And then they stay and they ask me about it. The other one, I've had a few people come in and say, "Is this Quentin Fall?" But
Yeah, Quinfall. That's what I'm playing.
yeah, I know that's what you're playing. And I was like, "Well, no, it's not." And then they're like, "Oh, is it any good?" And I said, "Well, my friend that I trust with reviews of games doesn't seem to be enjoying it, so I'm probably not going to lean and try it, you know." But yeah, as far as I hear, it's not the best. So
Yeah, Quinfall. The only thing nice about Quinfall is that you can set stuff up to just run it while you're AFK
yeah,
because there's no log timer. It doesn't log you out.
well, this just kicks you out, and then you come back, and there's like a thing
Yeah,
of
no, it
error
doesn't kick
message.
you out.
Yeah,
There's no AFK timer
yeah. Whereas with this, you do.
in Quinfall,
Yeah,
which I would say. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I understand why they have that on PAX specifically, because if you're doing like a lot of, some people used to set up their character to do 50 or 100 or whatever things, and then they'd go AFK, and because they weren't playing, they were basically stretching the servers to their absolute limits, and was causing the company to have issues providing the same service for everybody. So I can understand now why, particularly
Well,
because of the
most games
graphic
have
size.
AFK timers just because it saves. It saves on server bandwidth.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. That's why I know they did it for PAX, was because of the server bandwidth. They wanted to make sure everybody had the same opportunity to have the same great experience.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, no. So Quinfall is nice because like right now my character is running a caravan and I'll get like 8 million gold from just one caravan,
Yeah. It's kind of like
and
me
it
with
takes
my wood
it yeah,
wood
it
fur.
takes like 2 hours for your character to move across the map on an elephant,
Yeah.
carrying your goods. And I mean, you can get robbed, but I'm not playing on a PvP server. I'm only playing PvE, so I won't get robbed.
Yeah.
But
No, obviously.
um, but if you play on a PvP server, you can get robbed, and it's a fun little like mechanic that they have. You can be like a thief if you want. Um, but it's nice because I can just like put my game. I can run a caravan, make like 8 million gold in 2 hours, and I can go do whatever else I want. Right?
Yeah.
I can go do the dishes, do laundry. I can, you know,
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
and the whole time my character is just running a caravan. I don't even have to worry. You know.
Yeah, no, no. I like this because it does force you to do the work. It does force you to, because it's not just like, oh, other players killing
Yeah.
you. You know, you get attacked by
No,
animals and stuff like that.
Pax Day looks fun. It just
It's a
I
time-consuming
saw
one. Yeah.
and I saw Crimson Desert come out, and I'm like, well, Pax Day looks just like Crimson Desert, but Crimson Desert is like newer, I guess. Like it's just more updated. There's more to do. There's more. It's a bigger map. Like there's
Bigger than this?
mounts. There's what?
Bigger than this?
Much bigger than that.
Because there's gates. See these things here are the gates that take you to the
I
PvP zone.
able to see.
Oh, right. Well, there's gates you can go through that take you to more maps, essentially. That will take you to other places.
Yeah, but in Crimson Desert, it's just one massive map. And then they're also talking about adding co-op to the game so you can play with your friends. So, and that'll be hopefully coming out soon, I guess, is what people are hoping for. So, for now, it's a single player experience, but
Sorry, I was passing on information. Ian.
mm,
Actually, Ian.
say hi to Ian for me. I hope he's doing well.
Oh, he's he's heading to bed. He's had a long day.
Mm,
He's just been out with the boys, and he's just come home, and he's like, I was just letting him know, like, oh, we've got this sorted and this sorted and this sorted. Thank you, stream, for the 3 roses. Thank you so much. So yeah, no, he's absolutely shattered. So what's been happening, because I'm not sleeping, is what's been happening as I do my stream, I log off, I go through to the bedroom, and I've got this gigantic diamond painting I'm doing. And it's 90 centimeters by 100. So it's big. And I've got a table in the room, and what I'm doing is, as we're watching Peaky Blinders, which is this period gangster series, I'm doing the diamond painting. But the problem is that because it's taking me so long to sleep because of everything that's going on, I'm not getting to sleep till like 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not
mm-hmm.
technically sleeping very well at all. And that's then having a knock-on effect on him, because he's listening to me either studying, which, sounds like, what a highlighter sounds like when it's going across a textbook. It's the squeak, right? He's either
Mm-hmm.
listening to that, or he's watching stuff until he actually physically falls asleep. Or I physically fall asleep. So, yeah, it's wearing him out a little bit, I think. So yeah, and then of course tomorrow's like I go see the GP, and then Thursday, I go see the specialist, and it's like, oh. It's like one day after the other. I literally get a phone call that woke me up, uh, like I think it was like 1:30 or 2, saying, "Hey, we need you to come to this fancy new place and da 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 by this time." And I'm like, okay. And then I thought to myself, oh crap, I don't know where this is, so this is gonna be interesting. I'm hopeless. There's so many hospitals in Glasgow, and I have been to nearly every one of them now. So we get lost frequently. Unless it's one of the
Mm-hmm.
big hospitals, we get lost frequently. But what they've done, which is really screwed up, I guess, is they've taken a lot of the surgeons have gone abroad, and a lot of folk have quote unquote retired, and that's put a strain. So doctors that would specialize in one specific thing are now having to specialize in 2 or 3 areas to cover the shortfall. So, for instance, my rheumatologist doctor is now head of general medicine for rheumatoid, and rheumatoid arthritic patients across the whole of Glasgow, which is like basically 4 hospitals he oversees now. So there's like, he struggles beyond belief to keep up with his emails and patients contacting him and saying, hey, the wheels are coming off and I don't know what to do kind of situations. So yeah, it's probably the worst I've seen it in my life so far. And I've pretty much lived in the NHS my entire life. So it's like, yeah, I was in March last year. The nurses that normally take the best care of me were telling me that they were retiring because the money wasn't what it needed to be for them to keep being able to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And they were starting to, like, you could see they were starting to suffer. Like, their backs were issues. They were having issues with their backs. They were having issues with shoulders and stuff like that. And they were saying, like, some of them were having to take what's known as bank nursing shifts to make it worthwhile. And one nurse said, hey, I've got enough in my pension pot that I'm just going to retire. Because sod this. And I couldn't blame her. Like, but then that's the one that would, if I couldn't go for a shower because of whatever reason, and my head was itching and I was, you could actively see me trying to rip my hair out because my head was so itchy, would go and get me, the dry-in shampoo. And she would do my hair. She would take the time out to do hair. And they were, like, when I was in last time, they were one nurse short. But the rheumatoid day ward was still open. The rheumatoid day ward is shut now. Because they do not have the staff to run it. And also Dr. Maddock cannot run the day ward because he doesn't have the time. So that's a lot of patients that's not getting the care that they need. It's kind of scary.
Yeah.
And if there's like there's so many different parties that's talking about doing this, that, and the third thing, and what's scary for I think all of us is the constant. There's like a fascist party that has appeared out of nowhere, and the younger ones, like the ones that maybe haven't studied history, that never really paid attention in school, the younger ones are leaning that way, and it's like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. We know the other parties are crap, but please don't do that. Like it, and it's scary. Like, it's kind of scary here at the moment. I'm sure it's kind of the same for you guys, right?
What is?
Short staff, healthcare on its knees,
Oh,
fascist
you have no
parties.
idea. It's so bad that our shift organizer, the person who
Yeah.
schedules everybody for their shift, um she we didn't have enough people working swing shift, right?
Yeah.
The shift in between knock shift and morning shift.
Yeah.
And so they were like, just so everybody knows, like we're gonna move people into swing shift so our shifts are more evenly, distributed, and so that way we have all our shifts full, because
Yeah, they
they
have
have to
to do.
maintain so many people per
Yeah.
shift, otherwise like it's against the law, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know that one.
And
Yeah.
um and so basically they moved people to swing, and they quit
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen that too.
because they just none of them want to work a swing shift.
And here's the thing that I've noticed, and I don't know if you've seen this. For us here in the UK, I think they were saying that one midwife covers 8 women in a shift, right? On a
Mm-hmm.
on a fully staffed ward, it's 8 women to one midwife, right?
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I
On
take
a
care of,
bad shift,
like,
which we're seeing now, you're
yeah,
lucky if you've got a midwife at all.
yeah. Well, because like for me, my shifts, uh, on a on like a normal fully staffed shift, I have to deal with 6 to 9 people, right?
Yeah.
But regularly I deal with like 13 to like 15 people per
Oh
shift.
yeah. No, I've seen that.
And I mean, if
I've
you can imagine taking care of that many people by yourself, like you
it's
you know for a fact that taking care of one person is a handful. Imagine taking care of 15.
well, it's a handful depending on the patient. It's a case by case situation, but yeah, it's not fun. Like so I did midwifery training, and I remember when we were on a fully staffed midwifery ward, and I had delivered possibly 4 or 5 babies before I left the program, and I was year 1 because there was not enough of us. You dreaded hearing the buzzer for the front door. If that went, you were dreading it because you knew it was another mum coming in that was in full blown labor because they had to get checked downstairs. So we had a midwife that worked in A&E constantly, but she would help out whenever it was slow. But she would have to check the girls before they came up to us, and this was to try and reduce the, I don't want to say overload, but it was to reduce the quantity of patients we were seeing. And if that buzzer went, you knew that woman was coming, and it had to be all stations. But you also had to keep an eye on everybody else that was on the ward. And you had patients that wandered off. You had patients that would suddenly, don't not know what to do when their baby got explosive diarrhea. You'd come in the room and there was crap everywhere, like it was, and you'd be like, well, why did you run around the room with the kid while it was shooting it everywhere? And like these are logical questions you're having to ask people, and you're thinking, oh my god. And never mind taking care of the elderly. That I could never have done that. Never a day in my life could I have done that. So I have big props for the people that do that. And I know an RN that works in cardiology, and she's told me it's so bad aside her, so bad. And it's starting to take a toll because they're losing more patients. And they're losing more patients because they're not able, because in ICU the rule is you're supposed to have 1 patient to 1 nurse in case of a crash, right? But you
Mm-hmm.
also have to have like somebody free to deal with the other patients if somebody goes into cardiac, right? But have enough people to
Yeah.
be able to perform cardiac. And when I was in there, that was so not the case. I had a nurse, I was lucky. I had a nurse that sat on my end of my bed and if I so much as sneezed, she was on top of me. Um, but yeah, I mean, it was scary for me because I knew what the protocols were. And I was treated slightly differently because I did know the protocols and they knew what they could and couldn't get away with because I was there. Um, but yeah, overall, I've never seen it this bad. I actually had a friend who had left the UK. She emigrated and she told me the United States healthcare system was 100 times better than the UK. And she's probably she's a very and was a very big skeptic of U.S. healthcare. But she
But yeah, but the biggest issue is that,
staffing.
well, staffing, and that we have to pay for all of our crap. You guys get free healthcare.
Yeah, but because it's free, well, it's not actually free. This is the thing that everybody doesn't realize. We do pay for our healthcare system, but we pay for it in higher taxes, we pay for it in VAT, and we pay for all these other services through national insurance. Now, national insurance is the insurance you guys would normally have for your healthcare, right? We also have private medical care as well, but the majority of people are on the national health care. And even if you're on private health care, you're still going to national health care run hospitals because there's no other kind of hospitals. You don't really have private hospitals here. Um, Unless you're in England and then it's a completely different kettle of fish. But the point that I'm making is we do pay for it, but people don't know that they are paying for it because they assume that the taxes covered the potholes in the road and the government who are making money off the oil and all the rest of it, that's what's paying for the healthcare system, and that's not true. It's just not. And that's the thing. That's the
Yeah.
reason why they put the minimum wage. They put up the minimum tax bracket, right? They made it so that like people on the lower end of the scale had to pay slightly more money. And the reason they did that was to try and take care of the healthcare system because the healthcare system wasn't working. And people were up in arms about them doing that. But that had and did improve it forced people to go back to work that were in the low end. And it also made the recruitment for people needing jobs, they would go to the NHS because it was a more guaranteed income. It was a stronger guaranteed income. But they changed all those. They kept the tax up and our inflation's still up, but we're losing people again because there's other countries that are saying, "Hey, you're paying this, we'll give you this." You know, that are giving them better options and better things that make their life easier. So it's kind of backfired on Britain, really. And the inflation is not going to get better anytime soon, I don't think, to be honest with you. Inflation's a nightmare. I think everybody's feeling it.
You ain't gotta tell me. Gas for us is like $5 and something.
Oh, yeah, it's more than that for us. It's like this is the highest our gas prices have ever been at the pump. In all seriousness, this is the highest we've ever paid for our fuel. And it's not just like car fuel, it's fuel that we're putting in our homes. Like we use
Yeah, but
oil for burning and everything as
our
well.
wages over here are different than yours.
Yeah, you don't get taxed to oblivion as much as we do. Your gas, for instance, you don't pay quite the same amount of tax on your gas as we do, unfortunately, at the moment.
Right, we don't pay tax on gas.
Exactly.
Or no, actually, I mean, that's why they jacked the cost of our gas, though.
Well,
Like,
technically, then you would be paying
if we weren't
because
in such a bad economy right now, Pix, our gas
would be $2.
would be, oh man, our gas would probably be like $1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
If
pretty
we had
much.
a good, if we actually had a good, like, economy, a realistic price for our gas would be like $1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Right here, right now, our economy sucks as well, and that's why we're dealing with inflation and gas prices and all that sort of stuff too. Thank you, by the way, because I was very close to ending my stream earlier because I was struggling, and you helped me a lot. Uh, Witness Project, welcome home. I'm having, like, I've been not well all day, so
Are you still streaming?
yeah, I've been streaming the whole time.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, no, it's been quiet. It's been quiet. We've got 5 people on Twitch and we've got 1 person on TikTok right now. I
Hmm.
can't see the YouTube side at all, so. Yep, I stream 5 hours a day. Even though I'm currently wandering around in the Erie Plains and getting my ass kicked, I'm still streaming.
Hmm.
Yeah, I wish that you were able to join us because I think you'd love this game as much as I do. And it would be kind of
Problem
cool.
is I don't want to put $30 in a game that I may be gonna play for the next 2 months and then never touch again. You know,
Yeah, and I think the fact that
because
you
I'll tell you right now, if I played a game like that, I would grind. But the problem is I would grind until I beat the game, and then once I beat the game, I just never touch
can't
it
beat
again.
this game. It's impossible.
You can, you just get to the end game content, and then that's that. You're
No,
done.
that's what I'm saying, Panda. There is no end. We've met people that are fully maxed out in their levels, right? And they are still not at the end game. They're still grinding to the end. And we're due to have another big patch here soon, and that's going to push the end even further away. Because you got to remember, the ultimate end is to have maxed out all your levels on everything, right? That is your end
Oh no, I'm not
purpose.
doing that. No, what I mean is you just get gear until you're basically geared up to the end game. You beat a few of the final bosses, and then you're
Oh
just
no, no.
done. You
The
just put the
final
game down. That's
bosses is other players.
oh, then I don't have any interest. I'm not a PvPer.
No, because at the you have your monsters and stuff, right? And you build and you build and you build. And I can tell you, we've been playing this for. Well, I've been playing this since January, and I can tell you, I'm not even entering midway yet. I'm not entering into middle game yet. And I still can't touch bears, some of the wolves. There's a lot of things I can't do. Like, I literally cannot do. And it's frustrating as hell. Like, if you want potions, you've got to master alchemy, right? If you want armor, you've got to master mining. You've got to master wood cutting because you've got to smelt the stuff. And then on top of that, you've also got to level your armory. And then you've got to level to be able to use the weapons in the first place. Because there's no point in racing to get the armor if you can't wear it. Because it won't let you. You have to level your area of your choice. Like Ian's doing alchemy right now. And he's frustrated because he needs like 500 vials to make half a dozen potions, and his potions really don't do much at the moment. They're like a sticky blaster, right?
So then I probably wouldn't like the game then,
You'd like the grind.
because
You'd love
I
the
like I like a grind. Don't like a grind that makes it so my progress basically goes nowhere.
your progress does go somewhere, but you have to be realistic in your progress. And that's the part that I think a lot of people struggle with is they get so caught up on I'm going to beat this game in 10 days, and then they realize this is a long-term game. This is a game that you probably put a year into before you get to the end zone. Like, if you want steel, you have to go into the PvP zone. Steel, I think, is the highest level of metal I've discovered so far, or that I'm aware of. Now, steel, as I said, is in PvP, which means you have to go as a group to the PvP zone where you can die and lose all your stuff if you get raided and get steel and come back. There's other things you need in that realm too. If you want ambergrass potions, which are one of the best potions, then you have, do you know what I mean? So like everything has its own set of rules. And you do get somewhere, but the idea is they're trying to make people slow down and enjoy the journey rather than race to the end. It isn't, I guess it's not about beating the game, it's more about the journey and the experience of the game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it.
And the more people you have, the easier time of the game you have. The less people you have and the less support you have, the harder it is, because you do need a big base to survive. You do need people to help you with your everyday chores, especially if you can't put in, like I put in sometimes 5-6 hours in a day just to make sure that my group has their resources they need, so when they come on they can grind to leveling. I'm the highest level in my group because I grind all the time. But saying that, there's areas I've stopped grinding in so that they can grind in it themselves, and so they can get higher. I just go get the resources, I do the smelting, I make sure that the stuff is there for them to be able to do that. But I can definitely tell you it is not easy in the slightest. But it's also good in another way. Okay, I need this road. Getting lost though is kind of a thing for me. You can't just run in a straight line somewhere, because you have to climb a mountain half the time. And mountain climbing in this game is, it's a full man's game. You're doing it just to die, essentially. So you have to go roads. There is shortcuts, and there's ways of getting to places quicker, but I'm hopeless at that. That's why usually I'll say it to somebody else, right? You lead the way. Because if I go out, then I know I'm out for a long period of time looking for things, and I've got a wolf on me. Ooh, I can beat you. Haha. I know I can beat you. Also, learning when to block is a very good skill that I have yet to learn, apparently. I'm hopeless with blocking. Kind of like in League, I forget to block. That was one thing every single one of my coaches said. Pax, you can block these fucking shots, you know. You don't have to take them to the base. Oh? Can I? I don't know how many of my freaking coaches said that. Did you hear the news from the about the server?
Did not.
We have a Grandmasters team of League of Legends players in the server. It's run by Magni, so I don't need to deal with no drama. He has a group of people he likes, he feels comfortable with. He doesn't have to deal with the, the usual issues. And he's putting them together to go into a league here soon, I think, actually. We'll be going up against the usual names, but we're not doing the smaller leagues this year. We're not doing like Merc Academy or anywhere like that. We're going into the bigger ones. That makes me a little nervous because it does mean that our name gets out there a little bit more. But my niece told me that he's got it under control, and if we get any hassle from the other server, he'll deal with it. So, and it's not like I'm going to hear about other server drama because the person that used to deliver all that information is no longer here. So, yeah. So, but I'm just nervous for them because I know Magni's worked really hard to put this team together. It took him a year to put it together. For a year, he's been telling me, I'm scouting, I will have a team, and he went with a different name. Because he learned that a lot of the commentators couldn't say the names of the teams that we had. Oh my gosh, you should have heard some Americans try to say berserkers. Holy. I cringed. Every time I had to watch Merc Academy, I physically cringed. It was bad. It was really bad. And never mind hearing them say Valhalla, because that was even worse. Like, seriously worse. But we're getting people that are coming in from the stream now, and then they're looking to like get involved in other games and stuff like that, which is kind of cool. I think I'm discovering a lot from that, you know. So. Ugh. Yeah, so today's like a bad pain day, but I'll muscle through. I always do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you do.
Well, I don't have a choice. It's not like I can make the fibromyalgia any better. Like there's nothing.
Nope. All you can do is bear with it.
Yeah. And it moves, so it's never in one. It's never one area for any time. It's always an uncomfortable, like it's always either in my neck or my lower back or my tailbone, which it currently is, and it feels like when you fall and you bump your tailbone and you bruise it, and it feels like somebody literally broke your ass. It's kind of how my ass feels every day at the moment. So yeah, we'll see what the doctor says tomorrow, because she's not convinced I have it. She thinks that the reason I can't go out in the car and stuff is actually more to do with a totally different thing, and that they just went with fibromyalgia because it was the easiest thing to diagnose. It was easy just to say, oh, it's fibro. But didn't actually bother to check. Basically. I was like, what do you mean they didn't check? When she told me that, I kind of double took and I looked at Ian as if to say, wait, what? What do you mean they didn't check? So, yeah. But that's why I had to get lots of blood tests and stuff like that. And, ugh. I hate bloods. I've had blood tests my whole life. You'd think I would be better with blood tests, but the minute they take the needle out, Crystal becomes that 5-year-old that wants to run away.
I know, needles definitely have never been your thing.
Nope. I can handle a tattoo gun. That I'm fine with, because you can't really see the needle, right? Because I stared at it in absolute awe, and Ian's like, why are you not panicking? And I'm like, I don't know. I can't see the needles. And he's like, that's because of how quick it's going. If he slowed down that thing, you'd poop yourself. And I was like, probably. But at the moment, I can't see it, so it doesn't count. That was when I was getting my forearm tattooed. I kind of kept looking over like, ooh. Like, ooh. What's this? Dean's like, I can't take you anywhere. I can't take you anywhere. I weirded out tattoo artist, basically. He's just like, thought you said you were scared of needles. She's staring at me. And he goes, yeah, she does that. So, apparently that can be added to my list of skills. Apparently smiling at people and staring at them makes them scared. Who would have thought it?
I mean, uncomfortable?
No, I actually weirded out this poor tattoo artist. Because I kept staring at him. And I was smiling at him. And he freaked out. He nearly didn't finish the tattoo. He's like, and in fact, at one point he turned to you and he goes, can you get her to stop looking at me? It's like, I'm just in awe. He's like, it's creepy. Damn it. So, apparently, yeah, that's a talent. You can make somebody laugh. Oh man. Things that happen to me, hey. So, are you going to try Crimson Desert, or what's your plan?
Oh, I don't know about trying Crimson Desert, but
This is when you surprise me and tell me you've made a Pax Dei account, isn't it?
because I don't actually own Crimson Desert, but
I got to run. There's lots of bad guys after me. Dodge the arrows, dodge the arrows, dodge the arrows, dodge the arrows.
I've been big on buying games recently, so
No, I haven't either, to be honest with you. Like, I have a cutesy one that I want to do as a YouTube series so that I'm not playing PAX all the time. And the problem is I need to be playing PAX in order to keep up with the wood order and to keep the money going for everybody in the clan, essentially. But I do need to start making more YouTube content again. So I have been doing like game reviews. They come out on Thursdays on the YouTube channel. I just did one called Going Medieval that I think you'd have liked. It was like a strategy game. I couldn't get through the tutorial without asking Ian for help. I'm not actually kidding. So I was like, well, okay then. Right. So I was like, this isn't one for me. But I think I have 3 more I have to do reviews on. So I've got that, and then I think I've got another paper coming up for one of my, because I'm doing 2 exams, 2 modules. So like 2 courses at the same time, essentially, because you have to, for my degree, do 2 courses at the same time. And I have those exam papers coming up soon. I got a 70 though, so I was like, ah, fantastic. But I haven't heard about my other paper grade yet, so I'm like holding my breath a little bit, because it's a psychology one. I do fine in criminology. It's psychology is boring me to tears, because it's stuff that I already know from, like, you know, being around counselors and being around the NHS. So it's like it's really difficult to keep my attention on it, but at the same time I know I have to read it because I need to know it I need to know all the examples I can pull to pass, basically. I'm just waiting for it to get exciting, and so far it hasn't, and It's slightly sad. I thought I would be more excited about the psychology than I would be about criminology, because then I did criminology in my last course, and I did year 3, and I passed year 3 barely, but I passed it. So I thought, okay, well, I'll feel comfortable in criminology, and I'll be more excited about psychology because I haven't really done much in psychology. Only to realize that that didn't quite work out the way I thought it would. That psychology was the one that's boring me to tears, and I almost kind of have to like reward myself. So I'm trying to read up to a certain chapter in psychology, and then I'm going to allow myself to read criminology. So I'm having to do it like that at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've always been fascinated with criminology because I've always been fascinated with why people have this need to hurt other people. And I've always had a desire to understand it. In a way, I guess I've always looked for answers because I've seen a variety of crimes that to me never made sense to why somebody would want to do that. And yeah, so like I don't know. It's not amusement. I think it's cathartic and healing at the same time because I'm starting to see, well, actually, this is how personalities are formed under certain circumstances. Like minds and emotions and how we control them and how we deal with them are technically developed at a very young age, and it's very interesting to see like how do you correct or how do you educate someone to emotionally correct themselves. And it sounds more interesting when I talk about it than when I'm reading it. Because when I'm reading it, I'm reading examples about blind men touching elephants and trying to decipher what it is, right? They'll get one part of the elephant they can touch, and they have to try and decipher what it is that they've touched, but they don't hear what the other people and the other parts of the elephant have said, right? And like all the different tests they've done to try and understand emotion, whether it's chemical, whether it's physiological, whether it's stimulus or not, it's very fascinating. But at the same time, it's very, very boring to read it. I just finished doing the chapter on altruism and altruism behavior and how people have more altruistic traits at certain ages, and also people who, like, how their lifestyles dictate how much altruism affects their cognitive decisions. And it explains like how you can tell if somebody has problems with it basically means alternative motives, right? Somebody that's using a situation constantly to their benefit, right? Manipulating somebody to get what they need, either for survival or needing for comfort or for pleasure or for the what we call the core values of what we need to survive, right? And I'm just sitting there and I'm fascinated in a way because trauma will distinguish what your children or what that child or the young adult or that adult will end up doing, right? And the imprints that we make imprints on our brains every single day, right? And that was fascinating within itself because in a way your environment and the lifestyle you choose to live is technically all predetermined by the choices you make at a very young age. And your choices you make at a very young age is determined by the atmosphere and the environment that you're raised in, and what kind of imprint and attachments and brain development that you have by the time you're a certain age. So I find that very fascinating. However, we have not reached the point of how do we help somebody who doesn't know how to regulate their emotions and their impulses in such a way that they can be more of a functioning person without outside stimulus or outside use of drugs or alcohol or the things that people use to cope with certain situations. We haven't gotten that far yet, but it's been very interesting. I've learned a lot about the Peter Pan syndrome and how you'll get somebody that their brain develops only to a certain level and then it stops, and it can stop because that person's tried drugs or they've gotten heavily involved with booze. There's like a whole range of things that can cause it, but essentially it sticks that person in that position until they have somebody who can take away that Peter Pan syndrome, like almost heal it like it's a wound. But they have to want it, obviously. That's a big component of what I learned, essentially, was people need to want it, one. But they also need a safe environment to develop the comfort level in which to be able to accept it. Because if they've lived with the Peter Pan syndrome for long enough, the Peter Pan syndrome allows them, it gives them comfort, right? It's like when a child is playing with an invisible friend, for instance, they will hide. Like, they'll go into this they'll create a world for them and their friend, right? I mean, you should have seen this by now, hopefully. You seen the imaginary friend thing yet? Panda?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you still with me?
Yeah, sorry.
You're fine. So when a child creates an imaginary friend, they create an imaginary world, right?
Yeah.
But people that are stuck in Peter Pan syndrome, they have to live in an alternate universe. Because they're trying to not see the signs that they're growing up. They want things to be a certain way because mentally they do not have they haven't figured out how to live in this world where responsibility and following your dopamine hits is not necessarily acceptable, right? You have to have a level of responsibility. You have to have a level of accountability, right? And it's been very interesting to see how that ties in with your emotion regulation system and how and when that develops and how that can go completely wrong if they suffer a severe trauma, if they go through something that will derail their normal natural development, such as I said, abusing alcohol, abusing drugs, physically assaults, like anything that is an outside force destroying the innocence of their world. And when they get stuck in the Peter Pan syndrome or the Peter Pan loop, they blame everybody else, they don't take responsibility for anything, they will use whatever's at their disposal to recreate that world and keep that world whole for as long as possible. And I found that very interesting. hopefully I get to the part where they tell us how to heal the person and get them out of the Peter Pan syndrome. But so far, all I know is that they have to be in a safe environment, they have to be in a strict environment, and they have to get to a point where they feel comfortable enough to accept stepping outside and letting go of their Peter Pan world. And they never really let go of it, because if something happens and they get completely derailed and they haven't mastered the tools of adulting and of dealing with trying times, with problem solving and all these other obstacles, then they will just revert back to their Peter Pan syndrome. However, if done correctly and done in the right environment, they can change and they can develop those areas of the brain. However, if they're just narcissistic and refuse to be anything but narcissistic, there's nothing anybody could do for that. There's a whole different way you treat a narcissist, because narcissists actually have portions of their brain that's completely missing, that have not developed at all. And that's when you need to kind of step in with more sort of chemical based medicines to give them the things that they're missing to be more of a rounded individual. But they also require close monitoring, and they also require a lot of more mental health support, so that they don't necessarily go down a dangerous route to themselves or to other people, and that their narcissism doesn't progress into something else. So I learned a lot in psychology, as you can tell.
Sounds like it.
I just keep falling asleep with my head inside the friggin' textbook and my highlighter pen in my hand, and Ian's normally having to take the pen and the book off of me and my glasses off and put me to sleep. Like tuck me in and make sure that everything's tidied away, because I fell asleep on top of everything. Or everything's on top of my face. No, I've done that a couple times too. That's the only way I absorb it. If I'm reading a lot of information, I do it right before I go to sleep, because your brain's more apt to store it, and it dissects it, it thinks it, and it sort of learns it that way. Oh, it's a bear, that's 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 a problem, that's a problem. So I've kind of with psychology, normally I can read everything I want to read and then I fall asleep. But with this stuff, it just puts me to sleep. So there's no extra.
So I'm not a big reader.
Yeah, it's proving interesting. Alright, if I swim across here, well, I can get up on the rocks, I can teleport back, hopefully. Figuring out what the best stamina food is at the moment for swimming lessons. Because if you run out of stamina, then your health bar goes down. And then when your health bar goes down, you start dying in the water, and dying in the water is never good because you get stuck. Yeah, there's a lot of more to it than just your health bar. You've got a spirit bar, which is like mana, I guess. You kind of have to keep that up as well, especially in fights. Because if you can't cast your if you can't cast your Q, R, and F, you're kind of screwed. So you are. It's not fun. been learning that one the hard way. Also, like learning to do my 3 hits and then block, take 3 steps back, or take a step back, but move in a circle so it's harder for people to hit me. Things like that as well.
Yeah.
League helped prepare me a little bit, but I wouldn't say a whole hell of a lot. Unfortunately. I was surprised because I thought, oh, I play League, MMO will be fine, you know, because I went from an MMO Rift to playing League, and at the beginning, before League changed, I was actually quite good at it, and then the change happened, and it became much harder, and I never really caught up with it after that. But you know what we haven't done in a while?
What's that?
Fortnite.
Ugh.
Did you think I'd forgotten or something?
No, I just
You hoped?
Fortnite's never been my cup of tea, and you know that.
Yeah, but you're good at it. You can't say you're not good at it.
I'm okay at it.
Well, you took us to victory a few times, so...
I can clutch up once in a while. You can't expect it every game, that's for sure.
No, I think with the map changes as well, like I was trying to learn, I learned it, and then I learned where good it was to go on the map, then they changed the map, and I was screwed. You don't remember how many times we died during the freaking
Yeah.
spaceship thing? Star Wars thing? That kind of killed it for me for a while, but I still think a night where we get kind of like, if we can get 4 of us on or something and play a round of Fortnite could be fun. More that I think it would be hilarious to hear like all of us doing what we can. I think Broker is actually quite good, by the way. It's making sure that he stays focused is the issue. You've got to really keep him locked in. If I get locked in, I'm pretty good. Ian's not bad when he's locked in, so that's like, that would be our 5. You, me, Broker, and Ian would be our team, our squad. Ian's better with snipers. Not sniper, he's better with like the shotguns. He likes getting up close and personal. I'm better with the sniper. So, yeah. Sniper rifle is the kind of thing that I like to use the most. It's the same way as I like to use the bow on this. And I'm getting better at like, because usually you get 2 deer at the same time. So I'm getting better at like killing one and then not letting the other one get too far away before I get them too. Like double shotting. But the bow's a bit weird to begin with, and then you kind of get the hang of it. But it hasn't yet done a lot of damage. But there is people that can do a lot of sniping with bows in PvP. So it's kind of something I want to be able to get good at, so that when we're out as a group and we're looking around us for protection purposes, I can snipe somebody if needed, before they become an issue. So that's why I'm fighting with the bow, trying to get it up. But the bow levels are quite vast, and it's hard to kind of grind your bow. So it is. Right, I need to make sure I get a round of iron on. I'm also in charge of making glass as well. It's like glass and vials and yeah, it's like running a lot at the moment. I'm like, but I'm just picking up the slack because people have been ill or we've got one person that's trying to get his homestead ready, so he's like in and out, and it's a little tricky. We just got a guy that joined us that started a new job too, so he's trying to be there, but he's also like trying to deal with
Well, it's
a
like
few
me and
things.
work, yeah. Like, I have to definitely prioritize, like, sleep when I need sleep for work, and
Yeah. So he's told us, hey, I can be on Saturdays and Sundays, and we're like, all right, cool. So he's on at the weekends, which is good because then I can get him for the more difficult stuff at the weekends, and then during the week I can focus on grinding for levels and all that kind of stuff. And then, or making sure I've got the stuff I need to grind all those levels too. And kind of just take it step by step, really.
yeah.
But I never realized how hard it, for like how resourcey this game would be. Like, yeah, that kind of took me by surprise. I'm short. The building aspect of it is, I kind of felt like it reminded me of Pal World a little bit to begin with, the building aspects. But it's also it's fiddly. That's why I have a builder. You know, we have a designated builder, so if you need something built, she builds it. Because she's figured it's the same kind of mechanics as you would use in Ark, basically, if you were building an Ark. And she has a lot of experience building an Ark, so I just hand it to her and go, okay, off you go. It's like beyond my capabilities. I would have something functional, but would look awful. And she kind of makes everything work the way it's supposed to. So, which is, I guess part and parcel of it. Okay, that's a little bit more sand. That should bring us up and get another load of glass on. Alright, that's 3 kilns full of glass that he has, plus the potion bottles I've made. Right, now I have to get the metal on. Work iron on. Let's look at this box here. Let's put that in there. Okay. There we go. Charcoal is the bear. Like, I don't know how often I'm going, I need charcoal. Charcoal's the bane of my existence. Guess that's why that girl makes so much money selling charcoal, because I think people just get tired of like having to go get trees to burn to make charcoal.
Oh, it's about supply and demand and time. Like,
Yeah.
think about how much time is spent,
It's 25 minutes to make 25 charcoal. To give you an idea. And it's like 30 minutes for heartwood to be turned into charcoal. And that gives you 50. And that's why people have a ridiculous amount of kilns, because what they'll do is they'll fill boxes with wood, and then they'll take the wood from said boxes, make charcoal when they're leveling, and then they fill the boxes while they're waiting on the kilns, and they repeat it. But then when they get to a point where they're earning money through doing something else, like say making weapons or whatever, then they don't need to do that. They can just straight up buy as much charcoal as they need. So that's where the economy comes in, but it's crazy. We currently use our gold to turn into grace to pay for our plots to keep the game as free for us as possible.
Yeah.
So, sounds like your throat's starting to go.
Maybe a little, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a little. So what I'm doing now is just turning them over the furnaces and the kilns. It's my job for. I was hoping that I'd have a little bit of help today, but it's just not happened, so I'm just fine. The clan leader has to do as much as she asks of everybody else. Doesn't mean it doesn't get frustrating. It just means that that's the way it works. Okay, and that. But I'll tell you something, I haven't found anything more relaxing than going and cutting down trees while having a
Oh,
shovel
yeah?
in this game. Like, I have Dinkum, and I love Dinkum, 100%, but we kind of completed the game for now, till they update it again. So I don't get the same peace as I get on this game when I'm doing it. And so, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, well, you know. Because, like, Kat was like, oh, well, you can just cut trees on Dinkum. And I was like, yeah, but there's no reason to cut trees on Dinkum. Like, once you get to a certain point, there's no point in cutting trees. It just becomes futile. Or at least it feels futile to me. Whereas with this, it feels like, no, I'm actually doing something. So you're just playing Quentin Fall now?
No, my character's running a caravan while I'm playing another game.
Oh, what are you playing?
It's called Dead Zone Rogue.
I also realized, and this is not a dig at your computer, but you might not have been able to run this one as well. Was a realization I had. Because there's been quite a few friends of mine that have high-powered computers that have not been able to run this. Like, Ian's computer sometimes struggles with it. Kat's struggled a lot when we first tried to getting her kind of on to play. It was struggling a severe amount. I was surprised how much it was struggling. So yeah, I realized that when I was suggesting it to you. I was like, because that might have been a problem. Let's get the rye flour. Should be done by now. Oh, one bag's done. Okay. It's got 2 slots. Okay, we'll just finish making that up. That's not enough. And what have we got here? Yeah, that's good. We'll get that on. I need to get bronze. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can't do this with charcoal though. I don't think. No. It's got to be trees, and I don't have that. I don't have that right now. So let's put this back. Okay, and then come down here, and we'll take that. This is another one. Okay, let's make these. Okie dokie. I do like how making vials for Ian actually ups my blacksmithing. So like just doing errands for some of the others actually improves my own stuff, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes it like easier to do tasks for others. Like you're more motivated to help your teammates because you're like, oh well, I'm technically also grinding my stuff by doing it. So I feel like it helps make it not like, I just gotta go cut trees. You know, it gives you a reason for doing it, which I think is important. Because people can struggle with like, with that, so. Let's get the rye across to the bin for the rye. We have a wheelbarrow for rye that sits next to the, it's the cutest little thing, it sits next to the windmill, but it actually holds and not like our rye, so because we never have like a full thing of rye, so it lets me have like the rye that I need to sit there, and then also know like, all right, if I need more rye or whatever, I've got space to put it in. For a little wheelbarrow, it actually holds quite a bit. So, all right, up we go. Wow, so he's got 100 and 200, actually. 200. No, 190. I was 10 short. Yeah, 190. That's actually not that bad. Yeah, someday here soon I'll have to go through and do another mass kind of making session to level, and that'll help me a lot.
Yeah.
So For our grace, like, I just looked at my grace wheel because tomorrow I have to pay for my spot. So, like, I paid 660 today and I got like 200 grace. So, if I wait till tomorrow and I do it tomorrow, I'll have enough grace for to kind of get to the point where I can pay for my slot and eventually probably pay for Ian's. So yeah, here's open. Looks like I'm gonna have to upgrade some of this armor too. Probably check out the stuff that... I hate when people put things back and they're broken. Like, what's the point of that? It's a nuisance. Nuisance for me, anyway. Because I'm usually the one that's looking for something and then I'm like, oh, that's broken. Hey. Alright guys, since I'm not feeling great tonight, and also because I'm due to be going to the doctor's this next couple of days, I'm actually going to call it early tonight. I'm going to call it 15 minutes early, so normally I stay on until 10 my time, but it's past. I've done 4.5 hours, so I'm going to call it for now. And for all those on TikTok, I bid you guys a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same everything. For all of you guys that's over on the Twitch, I'm going to send you over to a small streamer that needs a little bit of support, needs a little bit of love, needs all the usual bits and pieces, and hopefully you guys will find it enjoyable. I know I certainly do. Whenever I raid, I always find it's nice to see the different people that's around. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So let's see, who are we going to raid tonight? I think we're gonna jump in with Night Nader. She, as a lovely woman who kind of is very supportive of small streamers and does her best to kind of like support everybody, and has successfully had like a little streaming room where she streams and wears cutesy headbands and things like that. And she's just generally a lot of fun. But I think you guys will have fun, and I hope you guys will have an interesting experience. But